quarter end mark. I said to Jim off, he and I talk a lot. It was pretty clear to me that there was a heavy duty press for quarter end. I had to remind everybody how a hedge fund works. It's just where the stock closes on a given day. Doesn't matter if you have an uncoverable position. Doesn't matter. It's just where it closes on that day. And so you saw this really extreme pressure going into September 30th on that Friday. Then you had a kind of a relief rally coming back. You got a lot of macroeconomic shit going up. But for the most part, we're bouncing right around those September 30 low and September 28th, 29th low levels. As it relates to APE, you're seeing in real time what I've watched for 15 fucking years, which is the cornering and slaughtering of a security to try to force companies into the most dilution they could possibly have. That's the game I've talked about on and on every time I'm on a call or talk to somebody. That's the game. With the rules in the playing field that the SEC allows, you're seeing in real time, there's just eyeballs on this one. I've seen this hundreds of times where they can corner a stock and the SEC basically lets lambs just get slaughtered and force companies into as dilutive as possible. I thought it was a smart move to go the ATM route. And I still stand by that. I believe it is. The lack of any kind of communication from the company is a little annoying, because I think now is the time for absolute transparency and coming over the top and fighting. Because look, these guys come every fucking day to try to harm the currency every day, every minute of every day. And companies have to fight back. And it's, I always use the example of the same fucking kids are egging your house every night. Well, at what point do you put the power washer away and pick up a baseball bat and wait for them and, cause some havoc? And so that's the frustrating part, is the lack of fight. I talked to a couple other CEOs of small cap companies, and I'm like, man, you didn't ask for this fight, but the fight came to you. What are you going to do? You got to fucking fight. You got to get in the trenches, put the gloves on, and fight. AMC should be suing the DTCC. They should be suing the SEC. They should be coming over the top over the manipulation of their currency. Period. It's like, what do you have to lose? What are you gonna keep your fucking mouth shut while they just drill you into oblivion? Oh, okay. Like, I crossed the line where I'm like, you know what? You got to fight. And so how companies can fight, I don't know all the rules. I know it's difficult, but they got to fight. They got to fight. As it relates to, I was saying in jest that they should bring on Patrick Byrne as a special consultant. I'd love to fucking see it. I don't know if Patrick would do it. I don't know Patrick. But something like that, something out of the box. They have to get creative, and they have to start fighting dirty, because these fuckers fight dirty every minute of every day. And I've said it over and over again on other calls that these companies, you can't, if you think you're Kevin Costner and if you build it, they'll come. That was 1996. That ship has fucking sailed. Companies, CEOs have to have a two-pronged approach of growing the business and defending their currency. And they got to fight for it. And they got to use every tool in their garage. They got a bunch of them sitting on the wall, gathering dust. Well, it's time to pull them out and use them. And so the build it and we'll come bullshit, it doesn't work. A company cornered, this is what they do. Oh, you think you're going to raise money at 6, 5, 4, 3? Okay, $2, we'll pay you whatever. And then, these companies get cornered. What do? Adam Aron, at this point, should turn around and, I've said the whole time, the biggest mistake he made was denying his ability to raise money in the 30s and 40s. when he was begging for capital. At this point now, he should come back and ask the AMC community to raise the authorized share limit on AMC so that he can at least have two venues to raise money, right? Because if he does that and all of a sudden they're drilling ape into the ground, all the naked shorts sitting in ape are going to go, oh, fuck, he's not going to sell us stock in this one. It's over here. And at least be able to toggle back and forth. It's like every ATM, they should file ATMs with 3 different brokers so that not one broker knows what the other brokers do. They We're also seeing now, and you're witnessing now, why the uptick rule is so freaking important, because you can see these kill companies. Bullshit. Shorts can the whole game is to deny and make access to capital much more dilutive and much more difficult. Stock market used to be a place were of capital formation. The SEC were of capital formation. The SEC, ever since the uptick rule and the Madoff exemption went in, companies, because it doesn't matter if you're a $100 million revenue company or $1 billion revenue company, you still have to do. It's just like Reg FD is a horrifically regressive tax on small caps. And now you see how the world is painted and how difficult the world is painted and how difficult it is for smaller companies to fucking solve this in a minute, but they don't. So what do you do and how do you fight and those kind of things? It's entirely frustrating. It's like bringing back flashbacks of shit I've watched for a decade. It's and I'm right there. I'm taking they're becoming so blatant in their all the cops are eating fucking Krispy Kremes and
biting. We're kind of competing between him and him running Twitter at the moment. He's expressed interest in those two venues, and I think Patrick would be a great CEO for both. But what we're doing is we're embracing. A bipartisan majority of the content that we discuss is regarding ethics, right? His mind is always in ethics. His mind is always in philosophy. Me, I'm more theological minded, and we come to agreements on certain things. I find Patrick's character to be above reproach. I think he's an honest person, and I don't think he would absolutely at any point try to screw us over if we bring him in. I firmly believe it. Patrick is no nonsense. He knows how to run a company. He knows how to do all those things. And we're not asking him to do that. What we're asking for is a limited scope operation in which AMC brings Patrick on as a person that knows how to deal with these sorts of situations. Now, I said earlier in the call, the earlier call from today, that I looked at Patrick's case against Goldman, and it's almost identical to what we're dealing with in AMC. He is qualified to answer these questions. He is qualified to have a discussion with us on this sort of thing. And I think it's worth mentioning.
I'll interrupt you for a second. There's nobody more qualified on the planet than Patrick Byrne on this.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's literally what it comes down to.
I can say that unequivocally. I don't think there's anybody, maybe the one lawyer, I forget his name, who sued.
Wes.
Understanding and gist of just how much and how tough Patrick Byrne is. We've been at this for a year and a half, right? 18 months, maybe.
Yeah.
People don't. No one even paid attention. He fought for years against this stuff. I'm saying 3-5 years, and then probably spent tens of millions of dollars in his fight. And then, after he won, and Goldman Sachs only won on a change of venue, Merrill Lynch settled after their lawyers screwed up. Then that wasn't enough for him. He actually then said, okay, well, me winning doesn't help anything in society or the world. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to spend $50 million building T0, which is to get rid of the DTCC and to get rid of this fuckery that goes on within the settlement window. So he not only did he fight for 5 years for his company, and he put the gloves on and fought dirty. He also then, when he won, and now I don't know if he technically.
Hey guys, real quick. Al, when you're not speaking, your mic has horrible feedback. There you go. Go ahead.
So I would just remind everybody just how dedicated Patrick Byrne is to your ethics and morality side of things. That's what he could have stopped after he beat Merrill and got some money. Goldman Sachs basically, whatever. By the way, none of these shorts went away after Patrick Byrne beat Merrill Lynch and beat Goldman Sachs. The cockroaches didn't leave the house. The cockroaches need to be exterminated. There's plenty of people that could say, yeah, you got cockroaches in your house. Yeah, well, they'll stay there and eat all the wood or termites will eat all the wood until the house falls down. Right? And so Patrick Byrne is, I'm telling you, like in this battle, he is an absolute freaking hero. And people they underestimate and don't really appreciate how much he fought. And that's why when I talked to him the one time this summer, and I still can't understand it, I still don't understand why there hasn't been more of a migration over to T0. I don't comprehend it. I can't in my brain process how if you're a CEO and you're working your tail off to grow your business and your stock just keeps getting drilled and drilled and drilled, that you don't at some point say, you know what? I'm sick of these kids egging my house. Fuck this. And go take accountability for your currency. It is your life's blood for small caps. And go fight and fight dirty. Fight like Patrick Byrne fought. You think Overstock would be even $25 today if Patrick Byrne didn't fight? They'd be out of business. Out of business. Done. Kaput. They would have just been drilled down to the point, maybe not out of business, but the float would have been so big that the stock would never go anywhere, and it would be a zombie stock. That's what they do here, right? And the SEC allows them to zombie these stocks. And when I say zombie them, it's naked short them into oblivion, where they have to issue so many shares that the stock itself will never go anywhere because the float's too big. And that's why, if you notice, the ones that get out, the price lines of the world and whatever, the floats are tiny. The restoration hardware, go look at the floats. They're all 50 million, 100 million, 200 million. But they kill them, and they prey on the biotechs. They prey on companies working on cancers and treatments. They don't care, because that's the game. And we're just seeing it in real time, what they're doing to ape. Sorry for the rant, but you're absolutely right about Patrick Byrne.
Okay, so let's talk next steps. What are we going to do right now? What are we going to do in terms of the immediate future for the betterment of this play and the betterment of this company? I want to open up some of our thoughts from the moderators first, and then we'll start trickling down into the group. My chief complaint has always been the lack of communication between Adam Aaron and the shareholders. He's very complacent. I understand he has a very busy job on stuff, but there's 2,000 people working in this company. There's no reason why they couldn't designate a social media person that just, keeps up the morale. That's always been the chief complaint for many people, the lack of, conversation between us and them, and they still haven't addressed it. They put a little Band-Aid on it when, because he was tweeting a little bit, but there's been nothing really meaningful. There's no meaningful change that I've seen, and I think that's worth mentioning. My second complaint is obviously what's happening with the stock. All right, give us some fucking hope. Forgive my language, but give us some hope. Give us something that says, hey, you recognize this is happening, and now go do something afterwards. If you can't even recognize it, believe me, we have much bigger problems. We have much, and these are problems that are quantifiable in terms of something that says, hey, you recognize this is happening, and now go do something afterwards. If you can't even recognize it, believe me, we have much bigger problems. We have much, and these are problems that are quantifiable in terms of losses by shareholders. I'm down fucking. I was looking at the books the other day, right? My personal books. I'm down almost $500,000. I can't fucking fathom that. I've never in my life, the 15 years I've been doing this shit, been that low. And seeing this lack of action, this lack of commitment to cause anything, it just lackadaisical. I don't give a fuck. Who gives a shit? I've never seen that before in any company before.
It's called hubris.
It's what it is. That's hubris. It's wanton hubris.
Yep. And it's we're above you. We're in the C-suite. We can just give ourselves more shares. We're fine. Everything's good. Let's not get in the trenches and actually fight for anybody or fight for anything. Right. This is a class actionable possibility. This is if you go after the DTC, well, guess what? Then you could have class action lawsuits of shareholders that were harmed by the DTCC, which happens to be owned by all the big broker dealers. There's a money trail, guys. Guess who owns the DTCC? Goldman Sachs, Citadel, J.P. Morgan, Merrill Lynch. All these big firms own the Depository Trust and Clearing Corp. Well, guess what? Fucking rip the Band-Aid off and say, you know what? As a company, we've been harmed by the DTCC, and we're going after you. And guess what? You shine the fucking light there, and then all of a sudden they go, oh shit, we could actually have a class action lawsuit from 4 million people who were harmed by you, by this organization. And guess where the money goes? It goes right up the trail to Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan. You want to see them fucking turn cover and go? But it takes that kind of leadership. We can't make anybody do anything. That's what Patrick Byrne did. He turned and said, fuck this. I'm fighting. I'm going to go take on Goldman Sachs. I'm going to take on Merrill Lynch. Think about how big of a task that was back then. That's the kind of leadership that's needed here to turn it on, shine the light right smack on the DTCC. Patrick Byrne would be the first one to tell you.
And Pete, something that could be done immediately, that's very, very easy to do, and that most of the people on this call have been doing over the past couple weeks. Uncle Frank just called me, I don't know, half hour ago and mentioned this, is how about the executive team comes out and tells everyone that they just bought shares?
Yes.
All the rest of us are. What?
Yes.
Don't you think the executive team could be buying some shares in their personal accounts at, sub 2 skins for ape? I mean, to me, that's that silence tells you a lot. I mean, that potentially tells people who aren't involved in this a lot. So,
Well, you can,
that's really
yeah.
simple. That's actionable. That could be done today. That could be announced today. And then the
Well,
other thing is, and I'll shut up after this, is, when you watch someone like Elon Musk run multiple complex companies, and then you think in terms of rolling out a popcorn product, don't you at some point say, hang on, guys, this can't be that complex, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I don't need the caramel stuff. I don't need all the, sriracha flavor. How about just the regular popcorn? I've said it before in space calls, not to sound arrogant, but I honestly believe I could get on the phone within 3 months, between who I know and the people I know who know other people, within 3 months, sign a deal, inked and dry, with one of the big box stores to sell AMC popcorn and, probably souvenir tchotchkes down the road. But I mean, it's just these little things, when you combine them together, executive team not buying shares, uh, popcorn turning into something more complex than going to Mars, and then radio silence. Just, come on, guys, just something to keep the bad guys on their heels. Some announcements
I
in
can
between.
respond in a couple ways on this. The insider buying, I absolutely agree. There are windows though where they can and they cannot, and they're pretty strict. And there's fewer open windows than you think with public companies regarding the C-suite of what they can do when they can do it. But that's no excuse. The minute it should open, and if it is open, the other thing is they can also
been a lot of selling windows.
Either way, the window for transactions, it doesn't matter whether it's a buy or a sell.
I know. I'm saying the window's been open.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the window is. I don't know if they have non-public material information. The window could be open, but if they have guys that are with knowledge with NPI, then they can't. Is all I'm saying. I agree with all the one thing they can do, and most people don't understand this. A lot of people understand what a 10b5 plan is, and that's where an insider can put in a certain number of shares, and once they enter a 10b5, that allows them to make sales, even if they come in contact with non-public material information. But they can't stop it. Once you put it in place and you're going to sell X number of shares a month or whatever, you can also do that for buying. So everybody in the C-suite could absolutely initiate a 10b5 buying program where they put a dollar amount of money in and say, okay, below a certain price, every month we're going to buy $5,000 worth of stock, whatever the number may be, and it will automatically do it, and they can't stop it until the defined period of the 10b5. It could be 6 months, it could be a year, it could be as long as you want. So I absolutely agree on the insider stuff, but it's not necessarily as simple as you can just go do it whenever you want. That's all from that perspective. In terms of fighting, I would, like I said, it depends on just how much abuse do you take. And I've said this to you before, if you're out with your girlfriend and some guy's freaking groping her, it doesn't matter. At some point, it doesn't matter if the guy's a lot bigger than you. You got to go fight. You got to go stand up for what you believe in. And so that's the big time frustration, in my opinion, is what's your breaking point? Is it just that you have so much money that you really don't care? Well, and the longer it goes with inaction, that's kind of what they're telling you is like, well, you know what? If the ship goes down, well, we're all fine. But you guys won't be. And so I agree. You want to see some level of fight. And my attitude is there's no way they don't have enough evidence to go after the DTCC hard. There's no way they don't. And play and get nasty. Get in the trenches and get after it. And you know what? You can't tell me he doesn't have enough money to walk away and be totally comfortable. You know what? Make this your last fight. You're 60-something years old. Get in there and fight. But you can't make people do things. But
yeah, I think we all know the name of a fighter, and he could be a consultant, and probably for less than it costs to have somebody create a commercial. Anyway,
my guess, I wouldn't be surprised if you would do it like for a lot cheaper than you think.
Well, Pedro, you're absolutely correct on everything you said. The funny thing is this is all out in the open now. There's no denying what is happening to the stock. The fact that Barclays and UBS were just charged with exactly what we're talking about, fined a minimum amount, and then come to find out that they're spoofing FTDs off of the market like they've covered them with limit buy orders. It's just insane.
Yeah, they're literally robbing the bank. They're being, because of all the eyeballs, they're being forced to rob the bank in broad daylight. And at what point, when you're the one being harmed, which is you're the company, I would, I guess I'm just built different. I'd be so fucking angry that I would rip the Band-Aid off and be like, screw it. I don't care. What are they going to do? So I'm not going to say the big fund's name, but what are they going to do? Are they going to sue AMC for harming them because they caused a short squeeze? You think Kenny Boy's going to go actually sue a company that they're short? No way. He's trying to rebuild his credibility as it is. His credibility is shot. What are they going to do if the company turns around and starts fighting really dirty and it causes a squeeze? What are they going to do? They did it with Overstock. They kept suing Overstock all the way up. They've sued them 3 times. It went to a circuit court. And literally the short sued saying, you did it on purpose and you hurt us because you made your stock go up. That's literally what the lawsuit was. The Overstock shorts would not go away. They kept suing the company saying, you did this on purpose to harm us. And on Al's interview the other day with Patrick, it was fantastic when you saw Patrick kind of snicker and he's like, look, I had no idea what the outcome would be. We were just trying to get an accurate share count for our shareholders. And he snickers like, I can't control whatever. The SEC tells me that naked shorting and shorting doesn't impact price, so I'll just flip it on its head. So I don't buy the argument. It's a long way of saying I don't buy the fucking argument of, well, we can't do anything. You know what? Yes, you can. What's the other side going to do? Get in a protracted lawsuit with AMC and saying, we are suing you because you took actions to defend your currency and it caused a short squeeze? How's that going to fucking play?
Did they sign did they sign the debts they took out during the pandemic in some type of blood contract and the covenants restrict him from doing anything? I don't know. It's crazy.
I don't know either, but exactly. It's like, what, they take your balls too? Is that what happened? They put them in a jar until you don't get them back until you retire? Like what the hell? At what point? But what, are they going to get sued? Okay, and then go ahead, sue us, and guess what? Guess what happens on when you sue us? We get discovery, and we want all information. There's no way. There's just no way any short is going to sue AMC for price manipulation if the company comes out swinging and playing nasty. And when I say playing nasty, you got a garage full of tools sitting on the wall gathering dust. Use them.
And literally, quite literally, the size of an army behind you supporting you.
Correct. Who's ready to go. But you better be honest with them. You better be transparent. Before I got suspended, I put out a tweet saying, put an ATM, but a big part of it also was total transparency. Embrace the community and say, this is what we need from the community. They didn't do that. They filed it, and then they went dark. And that's not what we deserve. And that's not what we That's not what we deserve. For what the community has done for the company, that is absolutely unacceptable to be treated that way. Period.
You know, for Adam Aaron to on a MSM channel say in 2019, we've been the victim of some short selling and look really worried and be totally open about it, to the US government basically abandoning companies during the pandemic to naked short selling, which most people probably don't even know they're naked short. They're being tricked into it as the market makers are selling these endless phantom shares to dilute the stock price. It's just insane for him to not come out and say, hey, look, he addressed the FTDs on the 2022 annual. Then we had 43 million on August 22nd, and we haven't heard a word since. So I hope he's doing something legally in the background, but hope doesn't get us to where we need to go. It really doesn't. So
No.
I'm wondering, and my thought process is, Al and Bam, and I believe it was you, had brought up some kind of conclusion about he should sell AMC common stock instead of the ape now because the ape's been devalued so much, which got me into what's really going on here is the bonds. A lot of the bondholders are short the stock. It just
Squeeze the fuck out of them.
Yeah. Well, what the bondholders actually want is they want the equity destroyed and then not completely wiped out, but so that they, from a bond standpoint, the company flinches, does their mass dilution of the equity, so they make the money on the short, and the bonds will actually, the price of the bonds will go up when they raise money.
And then if Adam Aaron uses that money to pay them off on November 7th, which a lot of them are callable, they're getting a premium. Then they can close their AMC shorts at bottom and cash out like champs and run away. Now, if he can come out and uses 20% that he's authorized to dilute AMC with, which is what, like 100 million shares, he could raise close to $1 billion. We could have a June event on AMC, which would really crush the shorts on that stock. And then he could come back, the bonds devalue, and he could buy them at a 20% discount.
Yeah. But there's a lot of that going on. And none of it could be possible. This type of abuse could not be possible if there were some basic rules in place and enforced by the SEC. There's no way that they can execute their plan without these loopholes and breaking the law. And it's sad and disgusting. And at what point do you fight? That's all I'm saying.
And just on that statement alone, to me, I mean, obviously we see what's going on. They're all complicit. They're all in on it. If they weren't, they would have protected these companies during the pandemic when they were forced closed.
Correct. Yeah, that's I've said on every call I've ever been on since I kind of got involved this summer. Every part of Wall Street has their hand in the shorting piggy bank, where the index funds, the mutual funds, the pension, everybody has their hand in it. And they don't want to change the status quo because they liked exactly how it was. They take retail money and they make money off of that. So,
I think the whole process is just terrible.
Yeah. I've been looking at it and watching it for 15 years, and it's you just literally you want to break your computer every day because you're like, this is fake. What they're doing is fake. The prices are fake. They don't even and then they haven't even touched payment for order flow. Haven't touched it in a year and a half. Well, all this crap, they won't even touch it. And I think even what's his face, Gary, kind of said, well, we're not even going to look at that right now. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? You kidding me?
On the backside of the Congress saying we're not going to approve this congressional stock trading ban too. So
of course, yep.
They don't want to stop their ability to trade stocks at the bottom of the market when they're getting ready to make a killing because they know when it's going to pivot.
Yeah. And they're protecting things because they won't change. I have no proof, but I wouldn't surprise me if senators and Congress people have access to certain special funds run by some big hedge funds that they're allowed to invest in, and those funds always put up a 50% number no matter what market. And then you start wondering, well, how did they get into Congress and they don't make much money, but they walk out with 20 million bucks? Well, start with 100 million and the fund doubles every year, no matter what, and you're in there for 20 years. You do the math, and those they can make funds do whatever they want, especially if it's smaller and it's just special people's friends and families. They can do whatever they want. Whatever they want.
I think at this point, and I tweeted today, Adam Aaron needs to address if they have sold any shares yet, and if they haven't, if Adam Aaron has not diluted a single share of APE yet and the price has done what it's done, then the phantom share theory is in play, and we're literally buying ourselves into price dilution because they don't want us coming out during the share offering if they do drop any on the market and eating them up for whatever, because AMC is going to raise a boatload of cash. So
look, I've handled ATMs and I've handled buybacks. I don't know the exact rules of how long they have to disclose the sales. I've seen some companies execute ATMs during the quarter and they don't have to until their next quarterly call that they have to do it. So they might disclose it there. But the volume patterns that I've watched in April, they don't indicate the selling. You'll see it when they come in. And in this situation, I didn't think, I thought we'd see more kind of block trade type big chunks getting printed after hours. What you're watching is orchestrated ladder attacks and naked shorting to corner a company. I mean, it's simple math. You try to raise $1 billion at $5. Okay, that's X number of shares. Now take it to 4. Now take it to 3. What's your share number doing? It's going up by incrementally 20, whatever. And it's the take it down to 2, start at 5 and take it for 250. You're doubling the amount of shares you have to issue. That's the game. The lower the price, the more the shares. That's the game. And then we're seeing it in real time, slow motion, the massive ladder attacks. They're collecting any buys that come through with payment for order flow. They're not getting to a lit market. They're just aggregating those, selling those, and they're internally selling those. They're just selling digital entries on retail that's buying. They're on the SEC. They seem to forget when Kenny was suing to block payment for order flow, saying it should be illegal. Like, whatever happened? Oh, did they just change their opinion? Literally, they sued to block payment for order flow. Their words, not mine. It should be illegal.
And then they took it over.
And the SEC just doesn't do anything about it. It's just like the two things that Bernie Madoff touched: the uptick rule and the Madoff exemption. And the SEC, the top cop, isn't going back and looking at what the greatest criminal in Wall Street history, what 2 big accomplishments he had, and you haven't changed them, you haven't studied them, you haven't blocked them, you haven't said we're gonna get rid of these. That just tells you all you need to know. They don't want to protect. They're only protecting the people with special machines, and that's why I always talk about the article, the Saint Small Cap, because it's from Patrick Byrne. It's the best article written, and only certain people are allowed those special machines. And you're seeing, if you read that again, you read about how they go to this island and they collapse the currency. That's what you're seeing it in real time. They flood it with so much paper that it collapses it. Can't stand up. And then the people that do try to defend and protect have to come through their slaughterhouse. Can't even get to the real market to protect it. Now you see the whole mosaic, and like the earlier calls I was on, I would always talk about you got to understand the whole mosaic of just how brilliant Kenny is in terms of he got every angle covered. He has the SEC in his pocket. He has all the order flow coming to him. He's got no uptick rule. He's got the market maker exemption, and he's got anonymity and being able to stay hidden.
That's about all you can do is laugh.
Yeah, and they own the media, right? They can write all the articles they want. They can, all of them. It's just
seem to be able to control Twitter pretty well too.
Yeah, and they're absolutely going to try to somehow once they got they got Elon to buy it. It'll be interesting to watch to see if like now they go for the end around to try to destroy the value of Twitter by like getting rid of their there's a certain exemption for social media where they can't get sued and stuff like this, and carving out some special like treat Twitter different than like Facebook and Instagram, and carve it out and make it more vulnerable to something. It won't surprise me if they try to destroy the value of Twitter to get after Elon, because all you need to know is Bill Gates is short $500 million worth of Twitter or of Tesla. And if Gates is short that much, that means the whole globalist cabal are all short and all buried in the short side. It's not just Bill Gates. It's he and all his globalist cronies are all on the same trade, trying to take down Elon, who's a free speech guy and a total maverick on all this. So you have to expect that once they kind of cornered him into making the purchase, now they're going to try to undercut the value of Twitter to hurt him, to harm him, to basically make Tesla go down. That's how I see the world. It's fucked up, but that's what I'll be expecting in the next 6 months or a year after he owns Twitter.
In a way, I kind of feel that's what's going on with AMC, because they know retail is loaded into the play.
Sure.
And that's another part of why I worry about Adam Aaron's silence, because he does kind of bounce around with that crowd.
Of course.
In the Hollywood spectrum. And it's like, man, you either got to come out and be for retail or you got to be with your buddies, but you just figure it out. But right now we're basically like an endless ATM for these bondholders and the shorts that are manipulating the stock down to nothing. And it's absolutely insane. We've done a letter drive just this week based on Wes Christian's proposal through the nakedtruth.info. And I would say that we got about a good 200-300 emails and letters sent to AMC to get share intel in there for $37 so they can identify the stock flow from the brokers on AMC's own system. They refuse to respond to them. And I think the reason is because the AMC board of directors does not want anybody seeing the true stock flow, so they're held accountable. And even more, when I called out Stephen A. Colanero, who was VP of marketing back in November of 21, this guy helped run Radio Shack and Blockbuster into the ground. When we started calling him out, he sold all his shares and left the company without so much as a goodbye party. They just said, "Yep, he's retiring."
Yeah, they put guys on the inside on all these companies. That doesn't surprise me a little bit. And and I've said over and over again also that everybody knows, if they've listened to me, they know that I believe that this is not just 1 or 2 or 3 companies. This is a business model that spans thousands of companies. And it's systemic. It's their entire business model of what they do. And to all these companies, they exploit this loophole that was actually shown during the whole Dole case. They exploit the loophole of being able to naked short these small companies into oblivion and create their own performance. They can't allow this movement to succeed because they will die. And that's why I've always wondered why, if I won the lottery tomorrow, my biggest mission would be to go get 25 companies to all at the same time move off and issue a digital token to trade on T0. But I would try to get 25 to 50 companies at once to move, to issue digital tokens to be traded over there and create a migration and safety for other companies to follow, and spend all my efforts on having every small cap company issue a digital token to be traded on T0 all at the same time, and start a mass migration. Because the couple of guys that I have talked to, they're all scared. They're all scared about being the first one, or having that headache. That's what I would do if I won the lottery tomorrow. That's how you break this, is just leave. Say, you know what? We're not part of this. You guys can all circle jerk yourselves with the DTCC. We're gone. These 400 companies, we're moving, and we're going to gradually migrate over here. And you guys can do what you want, but we're not. We're going to be traded over here, where it's legal and fair, and that's what Patrick Byrne built. I just can't believe that that one other company hasn't done it.
And somebody said the other day, and it was brilliant, with the preferred ape stock now, he has the opportunity to list ape with T0 yet again, another opportunity to do this.
That's what I was wondering. That I was wondering if once ape was issued, could they then issue a digital token off of ape?
Oh yeah.
And get around.
I believe ape would be tied to the same covenants as the common stock was, because it wasn't grandfathered in after the debt was assumed. So
yeah, you also have to wonder about, like, when Mark Cohodes was pushing for a token, and I was firmly with him. I'm like, yeah, this is the answer: is issue a digital token. Mm-hmm. And the behavior of AMC, how they like really rebuke that and like shut it down so affirmatively. I don't know. It was like, what? And I've talked about it. Like, what, did lawyers get to them? Did the shorts get to them behind the scenes? Like, no, you're not going to do that because that would kill us. You're going to play by the rules here, and you can't do that.
And Adam Aaron's tweet at 4 a.m. in the morning, which took us all by surprise,
right,
literally led the stock from like 42 down to $9 within a period of time.
Correct. Yeah. It's like they got to him, or like, no, you're not going to do that. And so that's what I keep saying, is that either you're I forget what the saying is. Like, it's, if you're either too dumb to recognize it, and so you shouldn't be in charge, or you're in on it. Like, I butchered the saying, but you know what I'm saying is that you at some point when this is this abusive, you got to do something, or you're being willfully ignorant here. You're choosing to look the other way, when it's pretty obvious that the excuse of, well, we don't know, doesn't work anymore.
Hey, Pete. So we're doing a couple things behind the scenes in terms of legal. How caught up are you on that?
I've been out of the loop for a number of reasons.
Okay, never mind then. I'll brief you offline then, and I'll tell you what we've been up to in terms of that. But let me ask you this. It's my belief that, we can make the government do their job. Okay? We can make them, and we can also ask. Sorry, go ahead.
You can make I don't know how. I mean, if you can do that, God bless you.
Well, we have a plan in place right now that I'll brief you on it after. But, we're asking ourselves, what's the strategy here? What are we trying to get accomplished? What are we trying to get done? Is it just this? Getting a share count, getting the ATS turned off, all that. What is it that the ultimate goal is? And I don't want to make the mistake that Patrick did, or not make the mistake, but not have the effectiveness that Patrick had in terms of making this an actual issue for the federal government. Because if we don't address this on the federal level, like this is happening consistently, and it's it's systemic, and ask for some kind of relief, like something bigger, or at least raise a federal question. That is the big thing. When you create precedents, that changes things. That makes the SEC, the DTCC, all these other people, they can be got at, right? So all we need is, we've got one president, obviously Patrick, which we're going to piggyback off of. Our greater strategy should be to make market change, and we should keep that in mind. But for me personally, I think getting the government to act through the federal channels that are open, federal court, is a good start. We've invested some time and serious money into this already. We are going to file a couple of writs in federal court to ensure the government does their job. We're consolidating all the evidence that we need. And if you're willing, Pete, we are filing what's called a writ of mandamus, which is basically it's a Zoom call for the essence, saying that, hey, this is what's happening, and we need somebody to explain some of the more nuanced things. Could you come on board with that? Is that possible?
Yeah, I'll help out where I can. I don't. You know, I just have my experience and my
Yeah.
opinion.
That's perfectly fine.
You know, I'm willing to help in any way possible. I'd say that the main goal should just be transparency. Get the flashlight and force the company to answer the question. See, the issue is you can also have a situation where, let's say the company did know that there was much bigger naked shorting going on, and that they were uncomfortable with, but they made a decision not to fight. Well, now they're in a pickle if they ever have to have a discussion and have some discovery, like, oh wait, you did know. Well, why didn't you do anything about it? So to me, it's all about the shining a flashlight. If you can get the flashlight shown, these people do not like having any sunshine on the shit they're doing.
Yeah.
And they're in so deep, and that's why I keep saying is that they're in so deep that they have no choice but to resort to robbing in broad daylight. They used to get away with it. Patrick Byrne, even when he fought his battle, the press was all against him, so they were painting him as a quack and all this other stuff. And literally, the only thing that changed that whole thing was the lawyers for Merrill Lynch screwing up and forgetting to redact the filing. That's what blew it all open. They had basically admitted everything, but up until that point, there were no eyeballs on Patrick's battle. The press was calling him a kook. They weren't covering the case. This is totally different now. We have millions of eyeballs, and it's about transparency and shining the flashlight in places that flashlights have never been shown. How you accomplish that, I don't know, but I know that's what needs to be done. And Patrick will be the first one to tell you. I learned it from him. It's the DTCC. All of it is there. And this whole thing, if you go back and read any of his stuff from years ago, he was always talking about that's where all the criminality takes place, is in this settlement area. Well, look what we're learning now. It's absolutely all in the settlement area. And so if the company cares about their livelihoods and their survival, I just don't understand why the company wouldn't come over the top and be public and say, we are not comfortable with what's going on, and we are suing the DTCC, and we want answers, we want transparency, and go after it. If they won't do that, I don't understand. It's your survival, and if they think that they can't be driven into bankruptcy, they absolutely can. I've said this for the whole time. I said, they could absolutely do it. That's what they're going for. And they have to break this, and they can't allow this to become a full-fledged movement because they're short thousands of other companies where they're short the entire float. So.
And, that's why brokers are discouraging people, and there's so much FUD about direct registration, because when you put your AMC or your Ape shares in ComputerShare, you get a certified document stating that your shares have been pulled from the DTCC and put in book registry form.
Yep.
The brokers hate ComputerShare.
Yes, they do. Yes, because they're just selling you digital entries. That's all they're doing. It's literally no different than going on DraftKings on a college football Saturday and making your bets. They're just taking the other side. That's all they're doing.
And they can sell as many of them as they want. The CEO of Apex Clearing admitted it in the House Financial Services Committee GameStop report.
Yeah, because they're like, okay, well, the number of accounts that actually leave and go to another whatever are very small every year, and they have to come back out through us. So whatever, we're fine. But
that's where I'm sitting. I'm directing my request to Adam Aaron and the board of directors. Come out, do the right thing. I hope you are in the background. I hope Ape is a fact-finding mission for him and, say, the DOJ. I really hope it is. But doing this on hope is going to put people out of business, man. It's going to put hardworking retail blue-collar people. It's robbing retirements from pension funds, 401ks, Roths, everything.
Where the hell is Gary Gensler? Where the hell is the SEC? I'd rather go down swinging, but at least fucking swing. Like, if it doesn't play out or whatever, but if you see AMC stand up and fight and tooth and nail with using everything they've got then you say, okay, I mean, it's a, cheesy sports cliche, but leave it all on the field. Like, just going down in silence, I think, is what gets so many people just completely freaking just off the charts mad. Like, you're like, what the hell? Everyone else fights. Why aren't you fighting for your survival? And that's the part that blows my mind, and I think blows everybody's mind, is where's the fight from this guy? This cat was all chatty Cathy up here. Where's your fight now? Where's your fight when we're in the foxhole and we're taking, they're bombing the hell out of us? Where the hell are you, bro? Come on, let's go. Time to fight. Go on the offensive. It doesn't work, but at least fight. That's the really frustrating and annoying thing.
And we got at least we have at least 800,000 people that are going to back this guy up if he does go to bat for us. But like you said, if you don't swing the bat, you're guaranteed to strike out. It's crazy. It's at this point in time, it's time for him to address the community.
Because what happens is, if you're not going to swing the bat, then it becomes the next logical part of the discussion or conversation is, well, if you're not swinging the bat, why aren't you swinging the bat? Now, do you have what is the reason? Please explain. If you're not going to swing the bat, then come out and explain why you're not going to swing the bat. But that's an indefensible position, so they don't do it, right? If he came out and said, well, we're not going to try because of X, Y, and Z, you know how that's going to fall, right? So the longer it goes without saying or doing anything, the more reasonable it becomes that, well, you obviously don't want anything to change because your actions are telling us that you don't care. So that's the issue here, is that you start getting to a point you're like, okay, you see what's going on here, right? Well, what's your opinion? Oh, we have no opinion. What? How can you not? You're blowing up, you're getting drilled into the mat, and you're not saying a word.
And there's no doubt in my mind why you were booted from your account on Twitter, Pedro de Philly. And I think Tara, who came up now, she said something in a DM. I think, Tara, did you have a question or a statement I thought you had for Pedro? She might be out doing something. But
Spence, let's start taking questions and comments from the group, shall we?
Go for it, buddy. Your call.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's do this. If we're gonna do questions and comments, though, if you have a comment, let's try to keep it to under a minute. And if you have a question, make sure you ask it and let whoever's going to answer it. And then if you have a follow-up question, then continue with that. Let's try to keep it structured as much as we can.
Go ahead, Coach.
Hey, man. Thank you for, this call and for what you guys are doing. Spence, Tara, Al, Bam, Pete, it's good to hear from you, man. A lot of people missed your, missed your.
Oh, that's nice of you to say that. Yeah, I miss you guys as well. Thank you.
We are really grateful that you are back and you're raising your voice, and and thankful to everybody who are raising their voice. A lot of people try to silence little guys, like the same thing, same narrative every time we try to make a noise. Whether it was last year, we had so many good ideas. Spence, Tara, this whole group had so many good ideas, but there were always people, those who try to put them down. Like, you can't ask Adam questions. And I went in some of these calls last night. They are literally trying to make gangs, like, to silence people. Like, they were talking like, we will not let these people will like rise up or ask Adam questions. We will not let that happen. And there are people in our own community, and they are wasting like 1 hour to 2 hours just bashing, like, why Spence and Tara, they have a narrative, or they are trying to do the same thing. They are trying to put Mark's agenda. I mean, it's our own people in the community, those who don't want this thing to go away. One of the guys even said this thing. He's like, if we know you guys are all here for squeeze, and we don't want that to happen, because if squeeze happens, we know everybody will leave. and we want this thing to be slow and steady, and to let it take its course of years. Or like these people, I sometimes wonder, like, if these people are planted in these calls by the board, or or the short sellers, or I don't know, like, why would they not want this?
They probably are, Sugar.
Like all that group, Ape Radio, David Goliath, Ape Average, same group of people spends that they were against that our idea last year. It's the same people
against the STO.
Yeah, same people. Like I am restricted, banned on this, so I can't go in because I'm blocked by a lot of these people. So I used my other account, and I was surprised. Like, these people are literally every day morning till night, all they do is they're asking people to silence you guys. They're asking people,
and they're not.
Yeah,
they're not filing letters to the board. They're not filing complaints to the SEC. They're not filing FOIA requests to figure out who is responsible for the 43 million FTDs and how are they cleared.
No, they don't talk about no ideas, no how we can make this thing work. No, nothing. All they talk is bashing you guys, how they can silence these people. Why are these people always coming up with ideas and raising their voice? But I have a lot of respect for you guys for what you do. Do not let these people silence you. It's because of people like these we are still sitting here after a year and talking about same shit that we was doing it last year. If they would have stood up for themselves and stood up for other people, maybe we would not have been sitting here talking even about this. But I don't want to sit for another 2 years here talking about the same thing or thinking about the same thing like we could have, we should have. So, God bless you guys, what you are doing. Rise up, think for yourself, and, let's do this, man. Let's together, we can make it happen. And don't be scared. What they going to do? I mean, I've been banned for 7 days. They can ban me. I'll make another account, but I will not let them silence my voice, man. Not
yeah,
this
I ain't
time.
going to be silent either, Shug. Pedro, did you want to...
Well, I would say first start building a few other profiles using different phone numbers and emails ahead of time, and don't use them on the computer that you're on. So just a couple of hints there. I couldn't agree more. You got to fight. I don't know if, I don't know if you're going to, I don't know what winning is, right? I don't know the definition of winning, but I know that what is going on is wrong. It's been going on for a long time. It's stealing money. It's corruption. It's illegal. It's everything wrong with it. And you're absolutely right. They're trying to silence it. Just so you know, I didn't do or say anything to break any rules. And I just got, just like I said, this weird random person kind of pinged me on Twitter and said whatever. And I was like, that's kind of a weird thing. And then I was just suspended. I was never given a reason, never given an explanation. I was never told which tweets. They just pulled the cord. And
I've been shadow banned quite a few times anytime I go at Gasparino with anything.
Yeah. He absolutely has. And I think the person that pinged me worked for Twitter and had the ability to pull the plug. But it doesn't matter. But going back, it's you got to fight. I mean, you haven't come this far, not to fight. I mean, you got to fight. And if we have to turn and put pressure on the company to fight, then we have to do it. You have to do it. What are you going to do? Just go, okay, oh well. But I think everyone's realizing this isn't just one stock or one company. This is an existential threat to their entire business. I've said it from day one. I've said it for 15 fucking years. It's anything that if this succeeds, it topples the whole kit and caboodle. So they have to crush this. They have to absolutely crush it. They have to demonize. They have to mock. They have to make fun of. And that's what's so disheartening when you see our own fucking SEC making videos mocking a movement that wants transparency and a level playing field. That's what that was. They were mocking meme investors, but meme investors to me are guys like me. And I don't know if I characterize myself as whatever. I characterize myself of a guy that wants a level fucking playing field. And I think everybody in the AMC community would echo the same thing. Like, well, we don't know if the company's going to be great or that. We just want a level fucking playing field that we can play on. That's it. Just give us a level playing field. And that's the joke of this. They try to the whole characterization that, oh, it's just these crazy wacko memes, guys, you be investors. No, it's a movement of millions of people that want transparency and a fair and free marketplace, you assholes. So they're absolutely infiltrating and putting people on these calls, and you know, I won't go into some of the DMs I got. I haven't really been in this for very long, but I was like, hey, there's a guy trying to. I know what that guy's trying to do, and I know what that guy's trying to do, because it became obvious that that this is somebody who's trying to undermine or get me to focus on something else or some other shit. So yeah, you got to fight. So, all right, sorry. Go on.
PJ.
Hi, guys. Thanks for having the call. Hi, Pete.
Hey.
So I have a question. So is it possible he's diluting right now?
It's possible. I don't know all the rules exactly of the reporting requirements for ATMs, because I know it doesn't have to be instant. So if they did a spot secondary, they would have to tell you right away. And everyone's seen that, where they filed they register shares, and then the deal's already circled and priced, and then within 24 hours, you know how much they raised it at what price. ATMs, they can sell throughout the quarter, and I believe it's just on the quarter they have to update investors. You can also look at the trading in the stock, right? And everybody kind of pays attention, and you can see it's like, well, the volumes really the volumes have been trailing off greatly in the stock. You had 1 or 2 big days, but for the most part, I mean, what's traded today? 8 million shares? They're not selling today. I'll tell you this much. They're not selling today. The other thing you can watch is, because I used to execute ATMs, and this was years ago, and buybacks, and you have rules surrounding when you can enter the market and when you have to be out of the market. So when you're doing a buyback, you can't come in, you can't participate on the opening. I think you can't come in until maybe 10 a.m. and then you have to be out of the market by 3:30, because you can't. The idea there is you're not using a buyback to affect the open or the close, that you're working in between. So I've been watching for APE to see any discernible pattern of selling pressure starting right at, a certain minute mark, and then relief at a certain minute mark, and indicating that they might be in the market. I think you might have had 1 or 2 days where they could have been in the market. I could have, like on September 26th, but I'm skeptical there, because that was right at quarter end. And these fuckers need their mark, right? And then they're going to get their mark. But you had volume pattern that could have been them leading into the 26th, that they raised, that they sold some stock. And then again, possibly on the 4th. But even then, I was involved. I was trading the stock that day, and they did a nice job if they did. I don't, just my own opinion, I don't think they're a heavy presence. They might be doing 10% of the volume lately and just kind of going along and participating that way. But I don't see anything heavy.
Thanks. That kind of makes me sad, because I was hoping that the silence had something to do with selling.
Well, I don't know if it should make you sad or not. I would say this. I would encourage. I've said it openly before I got suspended. I tweeted saying use an ATM, but if you're going to use an ATM, be 100% transparent and over the top with it. How much you want to raise, at what price, and when you do sell, let everybody know right away, because it's the lack of transparency and not knowing what's going on. So to your point, it's like, okay, well, if they're selling stock and they're taking it down to this level, well then, okay, and let us know what you're doing. Okay, yeah, we started selling on the 15th of September, and we sold, and we've sold 50 million shares so far, and this is what our average price is, and this is what we're going to get to. So at least you could say, okay, well, I know why. I understand the why now, where it's the dark black hole of you don't know what's going on. Everything in my body tells me that these fuckers are trying to corner him into selling a lot of shares at a very low price. I think there probably could have been some type of a negotiation going on in the fours, and that fell apart. And then they said, okay, well, we'll just go corner you. It's just a guy's opinion. I have no facts or anything to support that other than my staring at screens for 30 years. But I agree with you that you want to know what's going on because you can deal with it, right? It's like a medical treatment. It's like, okay, this is going on and this is why, and this is when it'll be over. Okay, I can get my arms around that. It's the not knowing and the lack of transparency from the company that is terribly frustrating.
Well, especially with the thought of, did this pounce, quote unquote, fail? That is probably my scariest thought.
Did the what fail?
Did the pounce fail?
Oh, well, see, I've had conversations with other guys about this, and I don't know the answer yet. And this is what I was saying earlier. Each day that goes by with nothing from Adam, it erodes at the conference. I have no reason to believe that he's done anything negative towards it. I've always said that CEOs have their hands are tied in terms of what they can do. They can't defend their currencies like we think they can. They're lawyered up and told what they can and cannot do. It could also be a situation where he honestly believed that doing this was going to work. And he could even be sitting there going, motherfucker. Like he could have even underestimated just how deep and dark and how the DTC is and how they would do all these different end arounds to fuck them. So you could have both be right, where he truly and honestly believed that this was a pounce, that we got him. This is going to cause it. This I would say should and will are two different things in the market these days. What it should have done is maybe he's sitting there going, Jesus, I don't know how they got around that. Like, how did they do that? We thought we had them, right? We knew that there was naked shorting, and we couldn't talk about it, but we knew internally because we've done our own forensics, and we knew that if we issued this, that they would have to cover, and all of a sudden they pulled a rabbit out of their ass. And so, and there's a lot of people that would agree that they pulled a rabbit out of their ass because they were looking at all the FTDs and the IUs. I mean, how do you just make millions of FTDs go away in a day? It was like poof. All of a sudden, they're there and then now they're gone. It's like, wait a minute. So maybe I'm not defending or attacking. I'm saying that maybe he truly, honestly believed that it was going to work because in the real world, and he was naively thinking that maybe the cops would actually do their job. And that's a reasonable expectation, that he would think that the regulators would do their job, and they didn't. And that even he doesn't have any idea of how deep and dark the cesspool is. I always say that most people that are even educated about this, it's 10 times worse. I've just seen so much shit over the years. I'm like, it's everywhere. And so I don't know if that answers the question, but the jury's out on him, and what he does next will tell us all we need to know about him.
I guess we just have to wait for that. And I just want to say one other thing. Naked Truth is hosting a call on Thursday night with Wes Christian and possibly David Wegner. We're waiting on confirmation. He's of Share Intel, so they're going to be discussing the mechanics and what goes on and what they find on the tape and how that works. So certainly all are welcome.
Can you send me a reminder of that? Can you DM that to me?
I sure will.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, PJ. That's absolutely a call I recommend everybody going to. Pedro, I don't know how much time you have today, or Al or Bam, how long you guys wanted to do this for.
It's really you guys. I can go for a while longer if you have more people that have questions. If not, we can do one later at some other time. But I'm just literally cautiously watching. I already got, I don't want to get too much into it, but I also got a random account verification notification. Literally, I did nothing. I didn't try to change anything. I didn't do anything. And you need to verify via phone. So then I used my somebody else's phone who gave me the code, because I think they wanted to try to get me to send a code to my phone and then shut me down, but they just proactively. So I'm just watching. I'm optimistic that I'll stay alive, but I won't be surprised if I.
There's 540 people in this call and 385 on YouTube. So I guarantee you right now, there are people from Fox Business listening to this.
Probably.
They will
I guarantee
try
it.
Spence because, hey, Spence,
Oh, there is Sarah.
someone just DM'd me with another backup account for Pedro. So they can whack-a-mole Pedro, but he's going to pop back up again, gang.
In about 6 weeks, it'll be Pedro, Dave Philly 7.0, 8.0, 22.0.
Pete is
Did I
so
hear
glad.
Sarah get
It's
on
so
there?
good to hear your voice again. I'm so glad that you decided to come back. Honestly, I was so devastated when Gasparino was able to get you off of here. I've seen him do it to so many amazing people who decided not to come back, unfortunately. So
No, I've been trying. I've been dealing with some other stuff, and it has nothing to do with any of that. So it was, and then I tried, and like I said, I won't go into it, but I think that there was some really, like, when I heard stuff about how they said that the whistleblower from Twitter said that there were spies and different stuff and whatever, and now dealing with what I did and some of the things I did to, like, find out how they were blocking me, because I tried a lot of different creative ways, and they kept finding it and stopping it. I tried for a week straight, all different kind of things, and I think that they've got some sneaky software that they use. But anyway, that's not here nor there. What's going on?
well, definitely, and there's definitely political reasons behind it as well. So once they catch wind of your sort of rhetoric, I guess you could say, then they definitely will try to shut down those people before others. That's why I cannot wait for Elon Musk to just take this thing over.
Right.
I hope it's sooner than later. And I really hope he follows through with the verification process. I think it'll be extremely helpful if, real people using their real faces who do want to have, their identity known, at least on at a certain level, can be verified. I mean, here you can hear our voices, we're legitimate people, versus some of these accounts with obviously like one person running multiple accounts to try to drive sentiment and so on and so forth. It would be nice, even if it's not a blue check, like a white check or something else where, it's a different verification system, but definitely something so that we know there are real people behind these accounts. But it's really good to have you back. It's good to have Bam in here. And Al, Spence, thank you so much for putting this together. I know you've been on, several days in a row and really, really stepping up to the plate to continue this fight. I am absolutely exhausted today. You ran a long space on Sunday. I ran an 8-hour space yesterday. The hatefulness coming from, a small minority of people that are extremely loud here was absolutely exhausting. I try not to read the comments and just block and move on, but it's gross. It's not cool. And people who stand by it, I see them as well. And it's just an easy unfollow. But I just want to say thank you, Spence, for stepping up to the plate and really running the streams, running the show, and keeping it going for the rest of us so that we have a place to go and discuss and talk about what's going on. And really quick, I just want to follow up with something that you said is, Pete, I think that there wouldn't be this sense of urgency with Adam or this feeling of being left in the dark if he hadn't done his whole checkmate thing. Because honestly, I think, as soon as he said checkmate, like the game is over, it's done, we win, and we're not winning, that's when people feel like, what is going on? And then going silent after that. If he doesn't think that we're upset or that anything is wrong, he's not going to do anything. He's going to continue on his merry way, right? So if people do not step up and say something, then that's what we'll get. I mean, what you allow is what will continue, right?
Yeah,
so if we are complicit with it and we do not express ourselves or use our platforms to say, hey, we see an issue with what's going on with APE, and we know exactly what they're doing, but the fact that they're doing it and getting away with it when there were other means to an end, there were better means to an end that were presented to Adam, and then we were told they were likely illegal, and they're not. It's extremely frustrating to see this happen. And people can sit back and say the price of APE doesn't matter, but that's a lie, because the price of APE is everything, because that's the money that Adam is getting for the company. Right?
Who says the price of APE doesn't matter? Of course.
So the narrative is the price of APE doesn't matter. It's all an illusion. The price isn't real. I mean, some of the comments that come out of these accounts are actually, I mean, it's very bizarre. And I don't know where they're getting this narrative. I don't know if it's coming from YouTubers or where, but the price of APE absolutely does matter. I think that's why you're seeing so many people just, throwing their hands up at Adam saying, what are you doing? Like, what have you done? This has not only hurt APE, it's hurt AMC, and it's hurt a lot of our portfolios. So at the end of the day, I just want to say, I think people would be a lot more calm if there wasn't this feeling of inaction and this feeling of, guys, checkmate, my work is done. We pounced today, 2 months ago, and now it's done. And then just completely hammered into the ground. So until he, sorry, go for it.
I was just going to say that's where we're getting to the point where I like I said earlier to PJ, I said, look, I try to be open-minded. Like, I'm trying to think, okay, well, maybe Adam completely grossly underestimated just how powerful and deep of a cesspool the world is. I keep trying to tell everybody it's a lot deeper. And I was saying this 6 months ago. I'm like, or 3 and 4 months ago when I got involved in this. I'm like, it's deeper than everybody thinks. It's darker and deeper and more pervasive. So I hold out a percentage of my thinking is, okay, well, perhaps he thought that he had a checkmate, right? They knew internally that there was naked shares and synthetics, and that if they did this, that this was going to work. And they sat there dumbfounded, like, oh my God, how are they pulling a rabbit out of their butt here? I don't get it. So that's part of what I think. But then each day that goes by with inaction, to your point, which is, okay, well, if that is the case, then come out and be transparent and say, you know what? We can't explain this. We are digging, fight, show some level of concern over what the hell's going on. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for a little bit that maybe you underestimated the enemy here and you have a bad market and the other kind of crap. But that's wearing thin day by day with total lack of commentary, transparency, and action. And so each day that goes by, we have to absolutely keep pressure on, and you want to keep getting what you're getting, keep doing what you're doing. So
exactly right. It's exactly right. And that's what I feel happened in this. And yeah, you could be right. He could have greatly underestimated, their ability to do this kind of thing. And if that's the case, then be willing to say, like, we are looking into this, like you just said, it doesn't have to be legal jargon. It doesn't have to go deep, but let us know that you're not just throwing in the towel and basically feeling like your work here is done, because it's far from done. I mean, we've just been completely drained of, APE is like, it's bad. It turned out very bad. And you're right. He could have very much underestimated their abilities to do what they've done.
I'll turn it on its head and put it this way.
Guys, let's get some people to talk.
Let me just finish this part. I see 551 people on this face call.
Al. Right. I want to continue this conversation, and I just got up here, and I have a couple of things I do want to say.
I'll just say this much. I think of the 551 people on this call that I see, I think if everybody was totally honest with themselves, if they thought back to what they thought about the whole system a year ago, I would think everybody would say, yeah, it's a lot deeper, darker, nastier, and more corrupt than they thought. I think everybody would agree with that, right?
Absolutely.
It's even surprising me.
Absolutely. Well, and so I guess that's where, so the thing is people who keep saying, don't talk to the CEO like that. You're not allowed to ask the CEO questions. How dare you use social media? You know, all of these weird responses that we're getting from people. But then when you go to Adam's latest tweets and you look at the replies, there's clearly a large amount of people who want answers, obviously, in regard to their investment. You know, I mean, when you compare it to sentiment just a few months ago, it's completely done a 180. And so I don't think that's the time to go into hiding and to go and not that he's hiding because he's still tweeting, but to completely go dark on something that was a huge deal. And, you know, it was portrayed as like, they're going to eat crow and we're going to pounce and today's the pounce and checkmate. So that's what I'm saying is there wouldn't be this level of anxiety about it if it wasn't like portrayed as this is it. Like this is the finish line. We're here, you know.
Absolutely. I could not agree more. You almost want to like it's one of those like blink twice, Adam, if you're being held against your will. Like tell us, send a signal, right? Send a signal that even you're surprised or whatever. You can screw it, right? But I can't agree more with you. Absolutely, he is open to questioning. He's open to being challenged. He's open to being called out until he steps forward and explains what the hell's going on.
Agreed. And even if he doesn't go into a full detailed explanation, any sort of response. So I think that's ultimately going down today. Okay, so after all of the hate yesterday, I thought, you know, what am I even doing? Like, why do I even care? I'm already so deep in the red at this point. Like, I can just sit back like everyone else and take their advice and not say anything and just, you know, be silent and sit here and watch our portfolios bleed out, have people DMing me, expressing their frustration and all of this and do absolutely nothing. Right. So maybe I should just throw my hands up and listen to these losers who I don't even know who they are telling me that I don't have a right to ask questions as a shareholder. And if I have questions or concerns, I should sell and I should get out of the play. Then I wake up today to Adam. Yeah. Then today I wake up, I see Adam tweeted. I didn't even bother to respond because I'm just so exhausted from all of it. I don't even have anything left to say to the guy, honestly, at this point, until he says something of value. And I see the responses there. And it's just like, okay, he obviously cannot ignore this for too much longer because almost like I would say 90% of the replies are regarding APE, are regarding what's going on, and are saying we want answers. So clearly there is a sentiment there that has completely shifted. And I don't know how he can just continue on with inaction or silence. And I know he said prior, don't take my silence as inaction. And people have used that to defend him. But at the same time, if you were going to say checkmate and want to be done with all of this talk of synthetic shares that you don't have proof of and all of this, then you would say, don't take my silence as an action. You would line it like that, and so that you don't have to deal with any more questions. You don't have to deal with any more shareholders saying, we want an STO, we want this, we want an actual share count, we want something from the company. Hopefully they still have the ability to use it, for paying off debt. I don't know. Maybe they've already diluted a bit. I have no idea what's going on behind the scenes.
Checkmate. You do not say checkmate until you've made your last move. And if you do and claim checkmate and it is not, you lose.
That's right.
You don't
actually, you
broadcast
don't. The game continues.
checkmate.
The game just continues on. And that's sort of what it seems like has happened. The game is just continuing on against us. But on APE and AMC, I mean, we're actually, I think, under $8 now combined, which is a pretty bad feeling today.
and you go back and look at where the volume all went on the first move up in AMC, and I've said, if you look at, there was a 1.4 billion share day, I think, in there, and you look at the price there, that's they sold short pretty much everything that came through the pipe on those days, and it was right around that $8-9 level originally, and they, that is proof to me that they never really unwound anything, and they wouldn't be going through this and doing all this if this was a position that they could walk away from, right? Because if it was a position that was coverable, trust me, they would have covered it and moved along. They would have been. I've been there. I've done that. They would have covered it. They can't. This is. I keep saying it. It's an existential threat to their entire business. Period. And they have to crush it. And there's no choice. This is a steel cage death match. There's no in between here. No in between.
Especially with the liquidity drain that's been happening, if this isn't what's causing it. But poor Swing Man, we kicked him down from co-host, and then he's had his hand up. I was wondering if Swing got something to say.
Oh, my bad. I can't even see his hand.
That's okay, Darren.
It's all right. Enjoyed listening to you guys, and I guess my question would be for, I don't know if Bam's still around or just Pete, but either way, I'm curious, only because of it being another example of a preferred dividend offering. If you've looked at the activity the past few days on MMTLP, because it's up another significant percentage today. And it's like 4 or 5 days in a row on relatively low volume in the grand scheme of things, and just seeing market activity like this and knowing what we do on the fuckery that's going on with Ape, just wondering if there's anything that we could see corollary wise, because I mean that was issued like almost a year ago now. Wasn't even supposed to be issued, wasn't even supposed to be a trading ticker, from what the company never even applied for it to be a ticker, and then some brokers decided to make it a ticker and make it tradable when it was just supposed to be a placeholder for this future company's privatization that was going on once they sold off some assets. So anyway, I'm just curious, Pete, if you've been following that, and if you have any ideas.
Like I said, I've been kind of went into a dark world for a bit in terms of doing some other stuff, and I have not been following that or aware of that. So I can't really speak to it. I'm sorry.
Fair. That's all right. Fair enough. There's only so many hours in the day and so many tickers where, especially given, like you said, that there is everywhere in the market. So
you also realize that Twitter is an information resource in terms of finding stuff like that, and because you follow people and then they post stuff and whatever, versus when you're not on, much more difficult to find unearthed stuff like that, like what you're referring to. That's something that I would absolutely find on Twitter, and if you're not on, it becomes much more difficult to even learn about stuff like that.
Yeah,
I
hear you. I wouldn't know about it if it wasn't for in general social media, and I just have a very minor position in it that I've built up, and it's just very odd to see a ticker go from like 85 cents to $4.50. I think it hit today or something like that in like a couple weeks time. Out of nowhere. And on low volume. It'd be one thing if it was trading hundreds of millions of shares, but it's low volume because it is an OTC ticker, so there's not a lot of liquidity there. It's just interesting to see.
It doesn't surprise me, let's put it that way.
There's 12 requests. I'm going to do this in a way where we're not just regurgitating the same thing over. I'm going to have everybody come up. If you have a question, ask it, and then let Pete respond. But let's keep it under 30 seconds so we can burn through these requests, because I absolutely do not want to do another like 2-3 hour space again.
Part of that's my fault, Spence. I talk too much. So
you're good.
Trim it down too. Yes, I do. It's okay.
People are here to hear you today. That's what it is. But
I still babble too much. It's okay. I'll cut it down. It's okay.
We'll get to these requests. So if you have a question, try to keep it under 30 seconds. If you have a statement, also try to keep it under 30 seconds, please. Thank you. Mark, go ahead. You there, Mark? If you're talking, you got to hit your unmute button, buddy. Okay.
It sounds like maybe he's got headphones connected because I can hear some sort of noise, but I don't know.
That's my chapstick. I'm flipping it.
Okay.
Stephanie, you go.
It's Steven, but close enough.
Sorry.
Algo management, that's my life in a nutshell. Every substitute teacher. Anyways, so a couple quick questions. Like, how do we organize the entire movement together? Like, how hard is it to make a hedge fund of apes? Is that a possibility? That would be my first question.
To how hard is it to do what?
To make a hedge fund out of retail.
Incredibly difficult.
Okay, I'm not sure of the legality of all the hoops or whatnot, because obviously we can't plan our buys and sells together to manipulate market. But if we made our own fund, that'd be different. It's like a legal way of doing that or whatever.
It would be pretty difficult to do that. It would be structured more. I think if someone was to do that, it would be structured more as like an ETF.
Yeah, I trust you, man, for sure.
And then have if you built I hesitate to use the word meme, but for sake of discussion, a meme ETF, so that you raise that it becomes a tradable instrument that invests in 5 or 6 meme names,
right,
something like that, and then you can buy the ETF, and then it would be just like ARK, ARKK, or then they went and built Shark to shoot at her, which tells you all about the SEC that they're approving an instrument designed to take down an innovative woman who created something out of nothing. Think about that. No, let's build a product and get it approved by the SEC so we can go after somebody who's a role model for people. But it would have to be an ETF. To answer your question.
PJ.
Ortex just released a tweet that they are thrilled with themselves because their estimates of short interest validate what they were saying. We are pleased to see that the exchange reported short interest data for AMC that was released today showed that we were closer than any of our short interest peers on the last settlement date. Our short interest for AMC estimate for September 30th settlement date was 98.96 million shares. Liars.
Of course they're liars. Yeah, it's look at it. Look, there's nothing to see. Nothing to see here, folks. Everybody move along. Everybody move along.
It's unreal. Unreal.
You don't have to report your short interest. You can't have a stable and trustworthy set of reporting data on short interest if funds are not required to report it.
Yeah. FINRA, I've said it a million times. FINRA acknowledges that synthetics and prop desks aren't reflected in the short numbers. So if synthetics aren't reflected in the short number and proprietary desks don't have to and are not reported, then the data is flawed. And that's a baseline. That's the bare minimum. Bare minimum.
CLE Sports, did you have a question?
Yeah, guys, I've been rocking with you guys now in this movement now for a couple of years, and just wanted to say, like we're all, it's just kind of one thing almost like we're just all in on this. It's like either this or nothing, and we're gonna just do this AMC thing or just go broke. Doing it because everything's so corrupt and whacked out.
Against the board of directors at the end of this. Bottom line, if this
Me
fails,
too. Absolutely.
we don't hear a word from them, and we go to the dirt, and Adam Aaron just retires, I will be taking some actions against the board.
Oh,
I think your comments. APE and AMC, but APE and AMC are the stocks that are being used that highlight the level of corruption that it's more than that. So I think we move on to the next question, frankly.
Okay, cool. No problem. Steven, did you have another quick question?
Yeah, it's about FOIA. So I have a FOIA request working right now. That's roughly like 3 weeks old-ish. It comes to like, it has a 30-day window or whatever. My question I asked them to the SEC was, what was the shares of 8 on the T+0 delivery date on Monday to each broker from CompuShare to see what the SEC, if they have like a fucking inventory of shares. But my question would be like, what can APES request from the SEC in FOIA requests that can get us that crumb, that piece of data they're trying to hide from us because our data sucks, you know? Like, how do we get the data to show proof that makes them actionable? Like, if we ask the SEC a certain question, they look into it and they see something that's a crime, they can't ignore it anymore.
It's a good question. It's a little bit like playing Go Fish, because you have to ask the question very specifically in a detailed way to look there. If you just ask generically, you can't find it. And I've thought long and hard about that. It's a difficult task to what to ask for specifically. And I wish I had a better answer, because I don't know whether it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, no, so maybe like all of us can brainstorm questions then, because it takes so long to get an answer back. We need multiple apes asking multiple questions at the same time, and then we can compile a bunch of data and then use it. You know, that's our only, it sucks, but it's pretty much like a good weapon that we haven't been utilizing.
I think a lot of us have FOIA requests out. I would tell you, Stephen, the best thing to do is to wait for people to start reporting responses, and then we figure out what to do with that information.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Thanks for your time, guys.
Hey, Stephen, you DM me with your question so that it reminds me, because I'll think, and I'm just a little like, I'm just not thinking clearly right now.
Hey, Spence, it's
Will do.
Mondo.
Thank you.
Hold on a second, guys. Let's do Thyra, Jim G, and then Mondo. We'll try to stay in order.
Thanks for having me on. Nice meeting you, Pedro. It's a pleasure listening to you. I got a quick question for you and just a real quick statement. Is there any utility in doing a peaceful?
Hello?
Sound like you cut out.
And my
Right before he was going to say the word.
Can you?
Thyra, you're breaking up real bad. Try to say what you were saying again. Oh, he's breaking up. I'm going to drop you down and bring you back up, buddy. Jim G, go ahead.
Yeah, guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
First of all, thank you guys all for what you do. And second of all, Tara, I've been listening to your calls, and I got to tell you, we have every right.
Hold on,
to be
Thyra,
mad.
we quick.
We have every right to be
Let's
mad.
let Jim G go, and then we'll go back to Thyra.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, Jim. Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we all have a right to be mad, demand answers. I mean, we collectively, we all own this company. We own the float, right? And let's remember, we didn't ask Aaron. He engaged us. We didn't engage him. This is a guy who went on to a YouTube call, with his pants down around his ankles. He said, checkmate and pounce and all his cryptic tweets. And now he owes us an answer. And the reason I think
illegal tools, and it's no question about it, no doubt about it.
Well, again, thank you for what you guys do. I appreciate it. And let's keep up the fight.
Yep.
You know how people always say, why are you talking about this investment if you don't even have skin in the game? Why are you know how we've even said that, like when people have come along and said, sell your AMC, get out, yada, yada. Why would you care if you don't have skin in the game? I'm getting the vibes of people who aren't willing to ask questions. Do they even have skin in the game? Because to me, if you have shares of this stock and you are suffering with the rest of us, you definitely would have questions at this point. You wouldn't be telling other shareholders to sell and get out. You wouldn't be telling other shareholders, don't ask questions. I mean, anyone who is invested at this point, I would say 99.9% of people have questions. So I don't know if it's a matter of they're not really even invested at this point, or them being just too afraid of the backlash that they'll get for even raising any questions. And it's not to raise doubts. That's by all means, we know what we hold, but it's to ask what is going on, what is happening in the background with our investment.
Agreed. I mean, this is our money. We've invested it. And to your point, anyone who has money invested and is not asking questions, to me, would be suspect. How could you not at this point?
Totally agree.
The other thing I'd say is if you invest in any other small cap company, it's you've been harmed and you don't even know it. Years ago, like if you're invested in a stock 5 years ago and it seemed like a great idea and everything else, and it just started going down, and you go, wow, I guess it was just a bad investment. No, this has been going on for a decade, and you just didn't realize what was happening to you. You didn't realize you were being robbed. You just thought like, whoa, well, I guess I was wrong. No, you're not. You weren't. But you were led to believe that. And that's why this is so dangerous for them, is that once people start figuring out what the fuck they're doing all the time in thousands of companies, and that they're literally just stealing money, that their whole cartel is being exposed. And so if you think back about some investment you made 5-6 years ago and it didn't work out, telling you, it wasn't necessarily just a bad investment.
Well, they brainwashed us all into believing that if you get your 8% to 10% historical return, you're doing well. And they're making 30, 40, 50%. I mean, the bottom line is we're getting the crumbs. And I'm tired of crumbs. I want the whole cake now.
We ain't even getting crumbs anymore. They're literally taking our crumbs too.
And in the meantime, we get told to be nice to Jim Cramer, who comes out again today bashing us. I mean, at what point do we stand up to these people? Like Gasparino's going on in an hour or so to just completely trash AMC. I mean, we all are holding this thing together. It feels like the glue that has, propped it up. And at the same time, now we're just being kept in the dark like mushrooms and fed shit. Like, what is going on? It's bizarre.
I'll settle for some Astroglide at this point.
Jim Cramer's big mad because I get more engagement than he does.
People knew what a bad guy. A bad guy.
But be nice to him. Thyra, you back up, man?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that earlier. I don't know what happened. Quick question to Pedro, and I just have a real quick statement. Pedro, do you think there's any utility in having a peaceful protest on this, kind of drawing awareness to our current situation? And two, I've completely stopped my Amazon account, Netflix account, Bank of America. I've closed all those accounts because they're all in bed with each other. I'm so sick and tired of this bullshit. I'm ready. I'm one of those investors that's just been waiting way too damn long, and there's not enough action taken. So I'm willing to take it to the streets if I have to. What do you think?
I think the most effective way is the route that Tara has talked about, which is putting pressure, and Spence and others, putting pressure directly on AMC to first own up and start the fight and see what they do and point to it. Because if there's going to be anybody that has knowledge, it'll be a company like AMC. You can't tell me that they don't and haven't looked at the back channels of their security and where shares are. They get to see stuff that we can't. And then I think the time for that is if there's some gross negligence that is proven and is the sunlight shines on it and everybody sees it, and the SEC still doesn't do something, then it's time for some type of, protest directly for inaction of a known crime, right? Where there's a smoking gun, and then, okay, what are you going to do about it, Gary Gensler? And he doesn't do a thing. Then it goes to that level. But at this point, I think the best way to go is to keep pressure on the company to defend and fight and see where that takes us.
All right, cool. Thank you, Pedro. Appreciate your answer.
Yep.
Good question, Thyra. Mondo, what's going on?
What's happening, brother? So, I come from morning radio, and I can tell you that I have the thickest fucking skin on the planet because we would get shit every day. But I want to tell y'all, I have a question for Pedro.
What's
I want to tell
happening,
y'all something. So, I come from morning radio, and I can tell you that I have the thickest fucking skin on the planet because we would get shit every day. But I want to tell y'all, I have a question for Pedro. I do want to tell y'all something, though, about mainstream media. Gasparino et al. Go down the list. I can tell you without equivocation, they fucking love getting under your skin and doing show prep before your show goes on. If there was a way to needle somebody, and if we found a way that we got under somebody's skin, we were fucking relentless because we knew it fucked them up. And I think a lot of this is a logical play, not an emotional play. And I'm not going any fucking where. I'm January 2021. And I just am like, I'm in, and I'm in everything that AMC is, HYMC, and so on and so forth. So I just look at when these guys say something, just fucking ignore them. Any media guy, because they love it. I can tell you they're high-fiving after their segment. They fucking love it because that's what they thrive on. Now, my question to Pedro is, and have y'all discussed the quiet period process?
Well, we haven't talked about it, but I know what it is.
That I was reading about it, and it basically is saying it's the reason why Adam Aaron can't say anything. Is there a way that you can explain that?
That's what I was saying earlier, is that when, in response to just people asking for like insider buying and different stuff, there's a lot of rules and restrictions that people aren't necessarily aware of in terms of handicapping companies. But it's also, companies can take the quiet period to different levels. It's not a set in stone that you are not allowed to say anything. Companies, there's a gray area there of interpretation for how strict the company wants to necessarily be during the quiet period. That doesn't restrict a CEO from tweeting. It doesn't restrict the CEO about going on TV. It doesn't restrict. It restricts a CEO on what they can specifically talk about.
Right. So let me play devil's advocate.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Armando, I think you muted yourself, bud.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be a professional. What if he's walking on eggshells and he's like, better to just not say anything, and he sees what we're doing? He may even have a dummy account and be on this call just to see what we're talking about. But what if this is a what if? But what if he's like, I just can't say anything. I get it. Everybody wants an answer, but I just want to do the quiet period process and let it play out, and then I'll start answering questions. Because look, I'm pissed off too. Fuck all like, well, I don't want to talk
Don't you think it would be more effective if people were actually afraid that he is going to do something and not that he thinks like it's already been done, like checkmate, it's over, game over?
No. You know what I think, Tara? I think logically you don't announce your move. It's I know
that already happened. The move was already announced.
But if he's doing a quiet period process, and let's say he's really, and I'm playing devil's advocate. If he's hamstringing himself to keep from saying anything, we just don't know what he has up his sleeve. And that, I know for a bunch of people, that's the problem, because he's not saying anything. But what if he does have a reason for it, and we just can't bear to sit and wait because our fucking money's going down the drain. But there's a reason for it.
Well, if checkmate wasn't announced, and if we weren't down 85% since checkmate was announced, like game over, we won, I think we would definitely be sitting in a different boat right now. But I think, honestly, like, to say, all of these what ifs, yeah, we could just sit in silence with him, I guess, and sit back and hope people don't leave and hope people don't give in because we're all supposed to just depend on what if. But at the same time, if we all go quiet, then what if he thinks we are happy with the situation? What if he thinks that we are satisfied with where we're at? What if we don't express ourselves and tell him how we're feeling, so he thinks, okay, everything's good, they're happy, I'm happy, everyone's happy?
Well,
if he thinks that anybody is satisfied, then he shouldn't be CEO of the company.
If people don't say that they're not, then what? I mean, you have a lot of people saying, don't question him. Don't question him. Don't ask questions.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I am saying, though,
I think you make a very good point, that and I've said this over and over again, that CEO's hands are tied. And I'm saying earlier on this call that in my mind, the jury's still out. Let's see what he does. He could have grossly underestimated the level of the cesspool, and then even he is shaking his head saying, I really thought we checkmated him. We knew there were synthetics. We knew there were shorts. We're going to issue this thing. It's going to force covering, checkmate, and this is going to get him. And then they somehow, whatever, and he's literally going, how can this be too? And then plotting his next moves and your quiet period. So I hear what you're saying, and I think it's a valid point. But we just don't know. And to Tara's point, and my point is to a larger extent, there are ways to communicate, right? So you don't have to, just because he's in a quiet period doesn't mean he cannot speak. So that's also on him. That, okay, if you go checkmate route and you do this and it's not working, well, there's ways to communicate. I mean, if he wants to pick up the phone and go on CNBC, CNBC will take him in 6 seconds. Or Fox News, or he can get the word out and talk. So I think everybody could be right here on this small conversation on this point.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, and I'll keep listening. Thanks, guys.
I would much rather him talk than him allowing other figureheads to talk for him, I guess, is where I'm at. I hate the fact that Gasparino is talking for him, essentially, and he, is in this quiet period. If that's what the claim is, or that's what we're thinking, at least say something. At least say we're working on it.
I agree completely, and I don't think that caller or that person who just asked the question got to see what I did to Gasparino. I don't. No, I didn't. I think I got on Charlie's skin pretty good.
Okay. So he's in here listening right now. I guarantee it. So hi,
and
Charlie.
He's trying to figure out how to get Pete banned again.
Media people historically have really thin skin because of their egos, and I just got the shit kicked out of me every day. So my thin got so thick, it's like I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Bring it on. I can't be hurt. You can't hurt me. So but at the same time, just a real quick readdress. the only reason, and this is just my logic, the only reason I think he's not, Adam Aaron isn't saying anything, is because he's seeing that he's tasting shoe leather every time he says something. So he's not going to say shit and let this, if there is a quiet period process happening, just let it play out and then see what happens. And
That's just false, though, Mondo. Like, he's not tasting shoe leather every time he says something. When he was hyping Ape, he had everyone's support completely. He's tasting it because he's saying everything except what we need to hear, which is, we're looking into this, we're doing something about it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, anything. It doesn't even have to be specific. Like I said, it doesn't have to have any legal jargon or anything along those lines, but he can literally tweet anything to remind us, like, that he sees and hears what we're saying.
A picture of a clock. Post a picture of a clock to let us know you need more time.
Right.
Yeah, right. There's ways to do it. There's ways to get around quiet periods. There's ways. If you want to send a message, you can still send a message.
Hit me up on Signal. Damn.
Yep.
And guys, I just want to say
Kaki's
this
been
real
up here
quick.
for.
Oh, sorry. Can I just say this real quick, please? A quiet period is, quick Google search will tell you that it's for IPOs. If this was treated as an IPO, okay, cool. But guess what? It's only 40 days. And that's it. We're well past 40 days. And just one other thing, and then I'm going to drop down. David Wegner from Share Intel has confirmed for Thursday night. So if we really want to know what they see, how they see it, and how their software works when it comes to investigating the tape, come on that call. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, PJ. Yeah, this quiet period stuff just popped up today in different space calls from people that I can confirm do not have the proper experience to identify exactly what it's used for. So it's good to talk about it, though. Kaki, you've been trying to get up here for a minute, man. What's going on?
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, disclaimer, I'm a shareholder, but I just don't get why people cut Adam so much slack, because I know you guys are criticizing him now, but in my opinion, this guy, he's the biggest fraud ever. And it seems like that Mark Chodes guy, or whatever his name is, and some other people were actually kind of correct in their criticisms towards him, because if you think about it, everything this guy has done has not benefited shareholders whatsoever. I mean, the first big red flag was him selling at whatever it was, $40-$45. And of course, he disguised it as, oh, he's diversifying for retirement. But you mean to tell me this millionaire CEO is just now thinking about diversifying, at his age? He was basically selling a top in AMC, and that's all that was. Secondly, the mining company was a complete failure. That's down, I don't know, maybe 80-90% already. And then if you look at Ape, again, that's down 90%. So I just don't see this guy, everything he touches is just turns into a complete shit show. And, he just dances in front of apes to entertain them, while he is probably making not necessarily backroom deals, but he's definitely doing some shady shit. So yeah, that's my opinion. I'm still a shareholder just because I'll hold just to see what happens, but I think he definitely deserves more criticism than the apes, direct towards him.
Appreciate your opinion, man. I mean, I could come back and say, hey, look, the rest of the market's down 40-50% too. But at this point in time, we're down for no reason other than we've identified that there's naked short selling, algorithmic short ladder attacks, or phantom shares being sold. I mean, it's right out in the open, and that's why we're up here trying to figure out what's going on with him. And if he needs our help and we don't know it, it's time to come forward. So thanks for your opinion, Kaki. I appreciate it, man. We'll go to, hold on a minute. Let me look. Derivatives gone wild, and then we'll go to Flip.
Good afternoon, everybody. Two comments. One, the comment about the 40-day silent period, that actually starts from the date that the filing to offer, which was on the 22nd of September. So if you are going to abide by that, that's sort of the clock you're on right now. As the gentleman said earlier, it's sort of It's a gray area where companies who have, you know, sort of less financial obligations, less debt, whatever, may be more cavalier in their interpretation of that, and companies that are very conservative may be very, very, you know, strict on how they interpret that. So that's one thing. The other thing, in terms of discussing, you know, going to the company, taking the company to court or whatever, let me ask this question. For me right now, what seems to be happening is you have an inverse AMC ETF coming online at the end of the year. We know that. It was filed for back in August, I believe. That ETF can start to accumulate positions 90 days before it goes live. So I am curious what's in that ETF, because I know for a fact they're not going out and you know, buying puts, because you don't see it in the chain. It looks more likely that they're actually probably acquiring via swap or however an existing short position. And would they be acquiring the short positions that are actually APE and not AMC? Because by definition, you know, the equity has to be a like equity, and that very easily could be interpreted. Same way the gray area about the 40 days, the gray area about the like equity could be interchangeable between APE and AMC.
Wait, I have a question though. Is it
Yep.
only for IPO new companies, or would it be? I mean, this isn't
No.
IPO, correct?
No, it actually is. It's not an IPO by definition, but it is the initial offering. So there's been no offering of APE stock to the market to this point. Everything that was issued to the market was via a dividend, which was, it didn't go to the market. It went straight to the existing shareholders. So those 425 million shares, however they decide to distribute them, that first issuance will be the initial offering.
So when companies release a dividend, they have a 40-day quiet period.
Wait a minute.
No. There was a new equity created, a new security created, and that new security has never been issued at the market. So by definition, there's never been an offering. So this is the initial offering.
Wait, let me just try to understand what you're saying. So there's an inverse ETF being built, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that the company is going to provide the shares?
No. So the inverse ETF, you go back and look at the filing for it, right? The filing stated that the company would, or the ETF would acquire it's an inverse ETF, so it's all short position. So
they actually just use synthetics. They use swaps for that. They don't actually short the common. Just so you know, for inverse.
Well, they could buy the puts and exercise them, right? Which is essential. Or they could buy the puts and hold them.
No, because it wouldn't track the ETF. Then would not track the price. It has to be basically an equity swap, and then track the price. Puts and calls and all that stuff is too chunky. Then you'll have a tracking error. And if an ETF is built to track a specific instrument, and it has a tracking error, then it's a totally flawed instrument. So, but go ahead.
So you go back and look at inverse ETFs, both indexes as well as, well, the only single stock I've seen this far of any substance is Tesla, right? There is a history of those stocks, or at least the inverse side, being pumped up. And go look at SQQ over time. I mean, it's a slow bleed from a crazy original price. And so my question here to you, and a thought exercise for the rest of the group is that ETF out there right now acquiring its position via driving the price of APE down? And could that potentially result, when the ETF goes live, basically a sort of an ability to capture their position and ease off as an effective pressure valve to not have to cover necessarily, but to be able to go short the short ETF?
Yeah, I get what you're talking. Well, they're certainly building the ETF as another means by which to basically have something that they can buy, a new instrument that they can buy that would protect them. So there's no doubt about that. If you're saying that this is when are they going to, when's the ETF going to go live?
So the date on it, I believe, was, and I don't have this in front of me, like December 19th or something. So
okay, this would be too early for them building any type of position in front of that. So I would take that off the table. I think this is what it is in terms of the movement in the stock, which is a shitty, horrendous market coupled with the shorts in APE trying to corner the company and make it do as dilutive of an offering as possible, or sell stock as low as possible. But your point about the ETF is absolutely true, that they are building that instrument. The same reason why they built SARK against Cathie Wood, because Cathie Wood blew up a lot of them because she went after and caused and went after the most heavily shorted, disruptive new security to use to offset their the ETF are absolutely nefarious and absolutely to add another layer of protection and ability to reduce their liability at some way. And it goes back to what I've said all along, which is this is an uncoverable situation, and they're in so fucking deep that they have to go through all this shit to protect themselves.
So let me ask this, and I'll step down.
The
reason I bring this up is because the Tesla ETF started building a position months before it ever actually issued. Right? It was actually building up that position before it was ever issued. So my question is, in terms of the legalese going on here, does it not make more sense, because it's basically a lower bar to cross, to try to take that ETF and the SEC to could be underlying that creates a basically, a fraudulent environment for it to go public.
In theory, you're absolutely right. I think in practicality, that would be almost impossible, because you would be, I agree with it, and that they should. It's just like why we should be advocating for the issuance of options in APE, right? Remember when they listed the options in APE, and then all of a sudden someone came in. I think I remember somebody recording the phone call with the CBOE lady and whatnot when they shut that down, because they didn't want anything getting into the way of their ladder attack and destruction. It's another indicator of their plot and their plan to destroy APE to cause mass dilution. They couldn't allow options chains and retail buying options to clog up the machine and get in the way of their of their ladder attack. So I think it would be a tall, very difficult task to say we want to block the issuance of this ETF on grounds that it relates to illegal behavior or action over here. I just don't. In principle, I agree with you. In practicality, I'm just going to be honest with you and say you wouldn't get anywhere.
Here's my comment on the quiet period. The quiet period begins when the registration statement is made effective and lasts for 40 days. The registration statement for this APE and this offering was on August 4th, and it's in the SEC Edgar, and it's live on AMC Investor Relations. So we're already past that period.
That's what I was going to say. That's why I had my hand
I wondered.
Yeah, you can't tell me that if Adam Aaron wanted to communicate, he can. The quiet period is a very, it's a guideline of what you can't talk about the quarter, you can't talk about guidance, revenues, or anything like that, but you can certainly talk in broad terms about things and stuff.
Oh man, absolutely.
Hey, can I jump in real quick, guys?
Flip, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I've been seeing the quiet period narrative kind of making the rounds today. And I just think it's another attempt to kind of, for the Adam Aaron apologists to kind of step up here and say, well, this is the reason why, this is the reason why. At some point, we got to look ourselves in the mirror and just be honest with ourselves and look at the fact that this is the guy. The more I go back and do my DD on this guy, this is the guy that was at the helm when AMC theaters, before the pandemic, before the apes. This is the guy that allowed the stock to trade at $2. Okay. What was being done on his end at that time? What was his excuse? What are the excuses for the people that are standing up for Adam Aaron at this moment? What is their reasoning for him not doing anything to fight this nefarious bullshit that at that time? Because I haven't heard anything. And the fact is that now we're trading almost near that same area after the apes. And I'll tell you one thing that never sat well with me, because I've been here since January 25th is when I bought my first share. On that first Q1 earnings call, and he was very, yes, he did give a tip of the cap to the apes, okay? But if you go back and listen to it, he was very careful on how he framed the fact that his team was able to creatively negotiate. Let's be real. Let's not sugarcoat this shit. We saved the company, and the narrative has been twisted and it has been hijacked. I keep saying this because done. Let's be real. Yes, he's creative in the way he does his offerings and that. But let's be real. Would the offerings have been as successful if the apes weren't there to buy up the share? If retail wasn't there, what would AMC have been? It would have been bankrupted. Okay. So the guy that has now gallivanting around on a victory lap and claim checkmate and everything else is now gone silent on us. And the fact is that now we're here trying to figure out solutions. No, that's the leadership's job, is to find the solutions. He wasn't looking for solutions in 2019, apparently, based on the price action of the stock. What were the solutions he was looking for at that time? Does anybody know?
I don't.
Exactly. So what did GameStop do? What happened with GME? Ryan Cohen stepped in, okay, with his own money and ended up as chairman of the board because he did whatever you call that. I don't know. Swing's familiar with that situation, but
takeover. He did a hostile takeover.
So what I feel like has been our biggest flaw as a collective here, saving AMC, has been allowing the old guard to remain in place as we have poured in and we have embraced someone who was dubbed the silverback. Okay. Now I think that was from Trey originally. And of course we're going to rah because, hey, this guy, he's our guy. We got to stand by him. And here he's got a successful track record of turning around companies as the narrative. He'll let you know that. Okay. He'll self promote that narrative along as what he did with the 76ers. If you want to really go back into this, some DD with the tweets, he was off Twitter for years after the 76ers gig. Okay. There was a reason why he was gone from Twitter, if you want to do some DD on that. But anyways, what I'm trying to get at is let's stop with the apologists. Let's start standing up the people that actually hold the fucking shares, because I hold a lot of shares and I've watched some serious numbers. Yesterday's call, I was almost emotional because of that gentleman that came on talking about his grandkids' future. That was a real powerful moment. And if anybody didn't listen to yesterday's call, go back and listen to Ron, I believe his name was, and you can just hear the passion in that gentleman's voice. And that got me fired up. And he is a real shareholder. I don't care what anybody tells me. That is the guy that we need to fight for here, if anybody, and along with ourselves. But the fact is, guys, Pete, I'm really happy to hear your voice back on these things, man. You're a voice of just reason, and this team has been so instrumental in just keeping the faith. But at the end of the day, guys, if we don't face the fact that the guy that's in charge of making anything happen is getting a pass and is just gonna slide by and ride off into the sunset, we're fucked. And we need to step up in the time, and time is of the essence, because like Tara would say, Gasparino is going to go on and I know it doesn't matter because it's Gasparino, he's a clown, but it's the older generation that listens to Fox Business, that buys that bullshit, and that and that listens to that narrative. And that is if we don't have anything to combat that equally, an equal loud voice to combat that narrative, then he's just allowed to go on and spew this bullshit. And it's time that, you know, we need a Patrick Byrne. We need, I don't know if it's him or we need a version of a Patrick Byrne, like the guy that's running BBIG or somebody. And he doesn't have to replace Adam Aaron as a CEO, but Adam Aaron is also the chairman of the board. So now he holds both positions. He's GM and head coach of the team. And so if he believes that his philosophy is the only way, it's his way or the highway, we're in a real pickle. And so the fact is the shareholders have to stand up here and start making some real, you know, some real noise. That's my opinion.
Look, I hear you, and I don't disagree. And I think everybody on this call so far, at least today, of me kind of get back into speed is I tend to just look at it from a measured standpoint, trying to put everything together, like what you can, what you can't say, when you can, what are his actions, whatever. I'll be the first to tell you that it's as each day goes past, it's exponentially more important to hear from him. Period. I can give you excuses as to why he isn't and why he's not, and I've speculated that it could be that he even too is having his eyes open to just how deep and dark the cesspool is, right? You know, maybe he was a little naive too, like everyone was naive years in this whole thing, and then now your eyes get opened up. Maybe that's happening, or maybe you're exactly right that he's absolutely just a fucking blowhard using it as for himself, and he's really a backdoor, you know, insider with all these people, and he's screwed everybody. That could be too.
Which
I don't
is
know.
hard to believe because he does have a vested interest in 2 million shares. So that's where
But wait, let me ask you a question. Do you care more about shares that you buy with after-tax dollars, or do you care more about the shares that were just given to you?
Exactly. It's kind of like the kid that gets handed a Mercedes-Benz when he's 16, or the one that grows up and has to earn every penny to buy that car. Think about how he's going to treat it.
When anybody ever tells me that this CEO has a vested interest, what? So he was given 2 million fucking shares? Yeah, I would, if someone gave me 2 million shares or something, I'd be like, cool, that's great.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fucking great. Oh, it went to zero. Oh well, my life didn't change.
And he's already raised $30 million on the shares he did sell.
That's right. So,
here's
you know what? Let me see you pony up $23 million after tax dollars, Adam, and fucking pony up with some real hard cash. So this whole crap of when, like, I cringe when he's like, I have a vested interest. No, you have an interest that was given to you, and that's fine. You run the company, it's vested stock, but you're not paying for those shares. So
100%.
So he's taken a lot out. And
No
you know what?
board members have bought shares in the last 2 years. Let's just be clear here. Not one member of the board has bought shares in the last 2 years. Tell me why there isn't an ape holding shares sitting on that board.
Agreed. I can't agree with you more.
Holds more shares than the board. This group in this call right now, the 500 whatever plus people, hold more shares than the whole administrative office of the company. But one more reason, like I wanted to bring that up, is because it's what you just said there, the way you cringe. It's the way he's creative and framing narratives, and that is real troubling to me. And that's why I go back to that Q1 call about how the insiders and his team crafted the return of the company to the strength, to bring the strength back of the company. The fact is we did, and he can't say that because what it does is it devalues him and his team. You see what I'm saying? It's also like the Netflix narrative. I spent 4 years working on this partnership. That's funny because Netflix partnered with you, Cinemark, and Regal at the same time. So maybe you were involved in discussions, but it's the way things are getting framed, and I don't like that.
I agree with you, but there's no I don't see any upside in a vigilante type whatever. I am in the camp of Tara's camp of pressure, constant pressure, and it can be challenging pressure, but it's not a vigilante go get him. It's
I'm not promoting that. No, I want to be clear.
And I wasn't saying you were, but I was saying that there's a way to exert pressure, and you might be right about all the stuff, but that really doesn't matter to what this is right now. What matters is pressure. It is completely legitimate for shareholders who have supported the company to hear from a CEO, and if we can't or won't hear from them, then we have every right in the world to demand that we do and put pressure on them, and to challenge the CEO and all that kind of stuff. It's just it's a measured a way you do it. That's all. But I hear everything you're saying, and I don't disagree with it. I just don't know if it's. I think the best way is to moving forward is pressure and keeping pressure on, and then reacting to what happens from there. But you're right.
Absolutely.
There should be a board member from the AMC community on the fucking board.
Oh, it's long overdue. It's long overdue. And the fact is that, hey, I see Larry Ching down there. Larry, if you have a second to come up and talk, man, I remember a couple calls you came on. I hope you come up. That's a really smart dude there. He knows a lot about finance. But anyways, and Ron, I see you down there yesterday, dude. Preach, brother. And we're all holding for you. Anyways, I'm getting off, but thanks for letting me speak, guys.
Good chat.
Thanks, Flip. PGA, did you have something?
Yeah, you know what? First time caller, long time listener to you guys. I just want to first off thank Spencer for consistent voice in the community, along with Tara. The space calls have added so much knowledge to retail investors. I mean, that's so valuable, and the more and Pete, first I'm listening to you, man. I missed out on previous calls. I'm glad you're back.
That's nice of you to say.
Because the more we learn, right, the more we're going to be able to create some type of playing field that we can feel comfortable about investing. Because at this point,
yep.
And you know what? The past 3-4 callers have really summarized a lot of the things that Spencer and Tara have been preaching for a long time. Like, let's get a board member there. Adam Aaron, to me, the moment he tweeted about, I don't know about the synthetics, I don't know about the STO being legal, to me, it was, a question like, what side was he on? Like, maybe he's not an ape at all. Maybe he's, doing the backdoor deals that hopefully are not happening, but like that was total like bullshit. There was no need for him to say those things. No way. I mean,
I was seconds away from getting out of this play at 4 a.m. when he tweeted that. I called a couple people. I said, I think I want to get out. I said, I don't think this is good.
My heart dropped.
People talked me out of it, and I stayed, and now look where we are today.
Yeah, and you know what sucks is that Mark, I know people have mixed feelings about him. There was a lot of educational stuff that he would put out, right? And it sucks that we're at this point because in a way he was right. In a way he was right. Like who was pulling the strings? Somebody to AA, which a lot of people call him a silverback. To me, I've always been on the fence. I mean, I don't like the way that he has run the company. So my takeaway from this call is, yeah, we got to put pressure, but I think we're at a point where, we could nominate somebody to be part of the board. I mean, Spencer, man, you would be like just the ideal person that we could rally around. Because
I'm honored you say that, but I would pick. I've got a better. I'm honored, and I like that, but I got a couple other people who I think could surpass me greatly on that.
Well,
I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but there's no way on God's green earth that they're going to let average people sit on their board.
Yep. Not with Coke up there and
no way.
Who else in the Hollywood industry that they got on there?
Yeah, there's no way. Oh, we're letting a little person into these conversations that we have and what we're going to do and this shit. No way. They should.
Well,
the company.
Byrne would be.
What else can we do? I mean,
getting a guy like Byrne on board in some way would be huge. You can also, if you get organized, you can force a company to try to force a board election, and then because it's a public company. And I don't know the process of getting stuff on a ballot, but I believe there is a process where you can do that, and the company has to put it up there. And if you get the votes and you nominate somebody, and if people gather around and vote for that person, the person's on. It's a public company. That's the thing that Adam needs to be reminded of. It's a public company. It's got a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders, period. Right? And so that's the pressure point, and that's the hot spot that needs to be reiterated at all the time. The one word, fiduciary. He has a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders, period.
Right. Now,
he lives his life by that, but it also he has to be held to it. If no one holds it to him, then you have to hold it to him. So that's the measured pressure that I think Tara's looking at, which is challenging pressure. Don't be afraid to call out. Don't be afraid to demand to be heard. Don't be, but do it in a way that is effective rather than just screaming.
I think, look, if Spencer and Tara they tried that last year, right? With the different STO ideas, with the NFT ideas. I mean, at one point, like there was talks about, taking care of debt by, people buying an NFT, which at this point,
and Adam Aaron even talked about that and said, you guys want to buy NFTs from me? I'm not sure how that works, but we'll look at it. We would have gave them hundreds of millions of dollars already in the last 12.
So, I mean, at this point, like, we're dealing with somebody, but his ego has gotten bigger than it's out of hand. Like, he's not listening to.
He only likes his own tweets.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, I'm like, I don't know anyone else. Elon freaking Musk doesn't like his own tweets. Doesn't like things that their shareholders are saying, things that people are saying about their company, but instead literally likes their own tweets. So I don't know. I mean, and I'm not trying to read into things too much, but it's a bit bizarre. Like, there's no other word for it. I don't have another word for it other than strange.
Yeah, so I agree with you guys in terms of, like, what are we going to do at this point, right? Like, we're going to hold, but at this point, it's discouraging to keep buying something that it keeps dropping, right? And the pressure, if it has to be from the social media or the fiduciary action, yeah, I think it's time to organize, right? Because we're not the SEC's not coming to help. There's no regulators that are coming to help. I mean, having a Patrick Byrne would be great as a consultant, assuming that the CEO is willing to say, yeah, I screwed up, Ape didn't work. Unless there's something that's going on, an investigation that we don't know about, right? So, but that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Spencer, Peter or Pedro, whatever.
It's Peter.
Keep educating the community, because you know what? At the end of the day, right, whatever money that we invested in, at least for me, whatever money I put in AMC shares over the time that I bought back in April, before the run up, because it came up on one of my indicators, because I'm just a newbie trader. Between then and now, there was so much education that took place that if I part ways with that money, I left with the education that this community provided. So that's what I'm going to take away from it. And, I'm not going to sell at a loss. So if it happens, great. If we have another run up, great. But at this point, Adam Aaron needs to do something.
Can I ask, do you guys think that there's a reason the board would not be buying and would only be selling their shares over the period of the last 2 years? Do you think there's any reason for that? Did they know that there was going to be this crash coming? Do you think or could there be a deeper reason?
My answer would be, I think they knew they had to raise money, and the odds that the stocks would be lower in a year than higher is probability based, and they sold.
Yeah, I guess that would make sense.
It's that simple. And you go fast forward 2 years when the company was doing its thing and none of this, and they had their bankruptcy bet on a short side on this company. These insiders. Are you there?
Can you put your microphone where it was? Because
did I drop off?
Felt like you changed.
Yeah, I'm hearing you now.
Just repeat the last 40 seconds of what you said.
Hello.
Uh-oh.
Hello.
Now you're clear. Just the last 40 seconds.
Yeah, sorry, I had a call come in and it screwed up my phone. So if you think of as an insider there, you thought 2-3 years ago you're struggling against the streaming trend and all the other stuff, and then here you are, it goes up, and then you know what you're doing. But no, that's the only explanation, is that they took their money out and haven't bought back because they probably know that they needed to raise money.
Yep. Let's hit swing, and then we'll go to Larry. And then, unfortunately, guys, I know there's a ton of people in here, but I have been streaming for like 24 hours this week already. So, swing, if you want to go, and then we'll go to Larry, and then we'll let Pedro and Tara clean up the house. And to everybody in here that's requested, I'm sorry, man. I'm just dog beat tired right now. So, go ahead, swing.
Hey, I just wanted to remind everybody to take a look at Spence's his tweet history. He put up the link to the nakedshort.info letter. I personally emailed that to Adam Aaron, John Merriweather, and a half a dozen of the board members. The only board member I purposefully left off, there's one that was historically with Silver Lake. Basically, he's someone that I wouldn't trust on the board, given what has happened with the stock and the way that Silver Lake dumped the shares on the company, etc. So I'm not saying that he may be the best person in the world. However, given where he used to work and my knowledge of how Silver Lake operates as a venture capital company, and really, I wanted to echo what some people said earlier about a change of the board. Like, I used to live in Washington State, so I know very well who Gary Locke is, who's on the board, and I see that he served a purpose on the board when Wanda was a part of the board, because he actually, under Obama, was the ambassador to China, or he had some sort of relations to China after he was the governor of Washington. And so that, to me, makes sense, given his place in the United States government, his relations to China, etc. But now that Wanda is no longer a part of it, should Gary Locke be on the board of directors and be getting paid? I think it's $200,000 a year to be on the board when there's no longer that need to necessarily communicate and I guess deal with the cultural differences between potentially China and the U.S. and Wanda and the board and whatever purpose that he may have served at that time. And there's others like the Silver Lake. If Silver Lake no longer has debt, I'd have to look to see if they own any of the debt. Now I know that they closed out of that one debt offering that they had on the company. But if they no longer own the debt, if they're no longer bondholders and they aren't shareholders, why do they have a former Silver Lake person on the board?
That's why I voted no and told people during the annual, I said there's several non-employee board members that are getting compensation package increases. The company's in debt, we're losing money, and our share price is going down. What in the who even thinks that? And speaking of board, I pinned it to the top. I just tweeted it. The bylaws for requesting a new board member or committee member to be on. It's real short. It tells you what to do, how to submit the document and the bibliography, and who to mail it to. So you guys look at that and see what you think about it, and then take Pedro and Al and Bam and their thought process on talking to Patrick Byrne. So.
To take a line out of a movie, maybe we should say Pedro for board member instead of Pedro for president.
If you vote for Pedro, all your wildest dreams will come true.
Vote for Pedro. Hashtag vote for Pedro.
That's right. Absolutely. I'll go do it. Fuck it.
That would be amazing. Oh my God.
They won't like me too much.
Either that or Patrick. I'd settle for Patrick Byrne too. No offense, Pedro.
I think I'd vote for Patrick really quickly. Patrick's the
But
right guy.
vote for Pedro sounds so cool. Like, okay, Patrick could change his name to Pedro. Then we got this.
It'll be Pedro's been elected to the AMC board of directors, and 3 days later, it'll be rest in peace, Pedro, on the back of the newspaper. They will not.
Vote for Pedro. Tina, eat your food. Go.
There's someone
Pedro and
named
Patrick
EP.
Byrne.
Really quick, there's someone named EP who says they're trying to come up. I can't see the requests, Vince. I don't know, but they had something important to add.
Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll get to Larry, and then we'll let you guys finish up. I mean, I can just go lay down, and you guys can keep going if you want to. It's up to you, but I got to get some sleep. So,
hey, thank you for letting me speak. Can I speak for a few minutes?
Go for it.
Thank you so much. Just so everybody knows, I'm not. I only hold a small position in AMC, but I was part of the early run, and I did sell most of my shares based on my trading strategy. The reason I asked to speak is I did a little due diligence based on my time in the market. I have my background is in finance, and I was lucky enough to retire at 44 based on that background. And so I kind of took a different approach, and I was doing the due diligence for BBIG, for Vinco Ventures, but it kind of applies to AMC. And the approach that I took in this due diligence is basically going back to SEC cases and why a company will not bring charges against a market maker. And the reason is simple, it's discovery. The SEC allows a two-way discovery period. And so far since 2003, I've researched about 150 cases, and only a handful of them caused the removal or voluntary removal of a market maker. It requires a company to be willing to go all in and have a clean balance sheet going back to every single employee that started at that company during the period that's in question. The problem that I see with AMC and with Aaron, and I still hold some shares, though not as much as I did before I sold. The track record of this type of litigation is difficult because of the countersuit aspect. And based on the cases that I can see, there's been about 15 cases since 2003 where the market maker was found guilty without any countersuit. Every other case that has gone to court based on the company filing suit against their market maker has been overturned on one simple rule, and that's the gray area is they are allowed to countersue based on anything. So the majority of them is accounting. Even one of the most famous cases, the Overstock case, they technically lost their case because all of their suit was dismissed, and they had to restate several quarters worth of earnings. But the one common thread among all of these cases has been Rule 203B1 and 203B3 violation under SEC rules. Now, basically, what that, for those that don't know what that is,
can you repeat those two? Can you repeat those
203B1 and 203B3. So basically, what those are under SHO, those are sub-regulations that basically said a market maker has to show, or a firm has to show that their intent to return borrowed shares was deliberately hidden from the company. Now, there's been cases since 2003, and most coming after 2007. Hassan, TGM, Fat Squirrel, Rhino, UBS, Goldman Sachs, and Morgan Stanley were all found guilty and could not resue based on the violation of those two rules. Every other case, the Alfred Little cases, which was Seeking Alpha, I don't know if, it's owned by Morgan Stanley, so they put out a lot of publications. for unfavorable articles against companies. But all of these companies that sued in Fairfax, Morgan Keegan, which were some of the bigger cases, Sac Capital, Blackstone, Allied Capital back in 2007. All of these cases were found in favor of the company for short sale manipulation, and then were overturned on the countersuit for various, they could basically countersue for just about anything, and they were overturned. So, the way I'm looking at it, and I was looking at it mostly, how can Vinco Ventures get rid of their market maker? But it does apply to AMC. There has to be a very clean balance sheet, because one thing I noticed in every single case against a countersuit was they simply file a countersuit for accounting irregularities. And it delays any case for 2 to 3 years, which allowed, and there's one case that was overturned for something as simple as a board of director came on and it was not reported till 3 days after he started because he had securities licenses which had not cleared. So that's the common thread, is the countersuit. So in order for AMC to have a, and it kind of makes sense as I'm listening to these calls with you guys, is it makes sense why AMC is constantly looking for different avenues of how to create a proper share count. But the way I'm looking at it, and in my years of experience in the market in various roles, and I do hold several securities licenses, and looking through this, is that there must be something on AMC's books that's going to draw any kind of suit out for several years. And management was told of this, because this, they do have a relationship with market makers, whether they like them or not. There is an open line of communications. And so there must be something there that will delay any suit and will, even if AMC were to win any type of suit, it would delay it for several years. So
yeah, I can talk to that a little bit. You're absolutely right that it's sacked against them, and it also shows you just how big Patrick Byrne's balls are, because he fought them in spite of that, and it took him, I don't know how many years it was of fighting and suing and countersuing and all the other stuff. But you're right that they have it such that if the company then sues, well, they come back and say, well, no, your company has debt and it was going down on its own, and we are countersuing, so this can all take 3-4 years, and we can all keep kicking this down the road. And so for companies, it just becomes such a burdensome task to go fight that they just don't fight. And that's why Patrick Byrne built T0, because it's as simple as that. Like I encourage people to watch Al's video where Patrick goes, they claim that I built the token to squeeze the shorts, but no, we just wanted to whatever. I had no idea that might be a fallout of it. And he snickers because he knows. That's why I'm surprised. The way to do it is to not even fight these guys and just to go, okay, well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to tokenize. We're not even going to. This is how we're going to leave your exchange, and this is how we're going to leave. We're going to just move over to this exchange, and we're going to be on the blockchain, and it's going to be instant settlement. And you guys can do what you want, but we're going to move 90% of our shares over here, and they're left with a liability that they can no longer control. But so I hear you, and that's very interesting points. I hadn't heard of that, but it makes total sense that
Pedro,
that's what they do.
Yeah, Pedro, you just blew a lot of people's minds, because remember, not everybody's been in this since January 21st or January 28th to 2021. So you just blew a lot of people's minds. Can you kind of slow it down and expand on that, starting from what Al from Boston's interview was with that 3-part series on YouTube? Can you kind of, because some people, they haven't seen it, and so can you kind of?
Well, it was
Pedro,
typical.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I really am sorry. Pedro, can you also touch on I don't know if you're familiar with the Options Express 2012 SEC case, but that set a precedent for all of these cases to be, they used it kind of as a catalyst for any future cases. And that was based on a reset transactions clause, where basically, and that to me is going to be the only way that AMC can kind of stick it to the market makers, assuming that they have a clean balance sheet. So that to me is a very important case that could set precedent because it was filed on behalf of retail customers. It was not, the company against Options Express. It was the SEC based on customer complaints against Options Express. And it really started with one retail customer. And what they were able to prove in that case was that Options Express was resetting transactions on options for failure to deliver.
Breaking news, real quick. I got a DM from somebody who just said Gasparino was on Fox Business, basically calling out Adam Aaron to address his shareholders.
Yeah, I saw bits and pieces of that too. But Charlie Gasparino also inaccurately said $800 billion worth of insider sales, and then he had to recant that. So he's in for
Never thought I would say I agree with Gas for freaking Marino. Like, what is happening in this world?
Go out and wash your mouth out with soap, Tara.
I am. I'm literally like pouring bleach down my throat right now. Not financial advice.
If you're going to say it, you have to pronounce it right. It's pronounced gas bag.
Any legal
gas bag arena.
Any legal way they go around it, I think the way to go about it is to go after the DTCC and follow Patrick Byrne's lead, who over and over says that all the criminality lies at the feet of the DTC. So that's where the company should go if they're going to go that route, because it's the American makers that own the DTCC. So that's the way you go get them. You don't go after the market makers directly, because they've got all these tools and ability to kick the can down the road and hide and all this other stuff. You shine a flashlight on it all now that you have the eyeballs. That's the key, is that if you shine a flashlight but no one's watching or no one's looking, then it doesn't matter. But if you can shine a flashlight when there's lots of eyeballs, it can change everything. And so, I'm not surprised by the legal stuff you've discussed. But I think the way to go about it is the DTC.
Hey, Pedro, can you expand on the third video where?
Oh yeah. Well, I won't go through the whole interview, but there's a part where, and I've talked about this before earlier in this call, and I've talked about it on every call, that these shorts are so entrenched that they actually were suing Overstock a year later after their token was issued. And they kept going up the circuit court to this, suing, saying, the company did this to hurt us. The company did this to cause a short squeeze. And each judge said, no, they told you 72 different press releases that this is what they were doing when you had plenty of time, everything else. And in the conversation, Patrick, he said, they tried to claim that I knew that it was going to cause this short squeeze, and I had no idea. And all I did was I wanted to understand and make sure that we had a proper share count, and I knew that issuing a token would have that properties. And if the fallout happened to be a short squeeze, I couldn't control that. And he snickers, and he knows he knew what it would cause. And then he also said, he goes, the SEC tells us that shorting and short selling doesn't affect price. So he goes, it's a great part. He's like, I hope that they sue me one day, because I'll be the first one to say, go look on your website. It says, or go look at your comments in different briefs and stuff that you say that short selling and naked shorting doesn't exist, and it doesn't make the share price go down. So why would what I do make the shares go up? And it's a great moment, because you can tell that he's snickering, because he knows damn well what the purpose of it was, which was, after a 5-year protracted battle with Goldman Sachs and Merrill Lynch naked shorting his stock into oblivion, he took it one step further and created a platform that would protect his currency, Overstock, from having this happen again. And I would encourage people to go watch Al's video. I think it's in the third part when he says it.
I love that beyond what I love most dear on the things that I love. Like, I love that beyond loving love.
Did you see that part I was talking about? You know what I'm talking about.
I love that. And I love how the way that you explained it, I think a lot of people could understand. I think the way that I would interpret it would be befuddling, because I think I love it a little too much.
Yeah. Well, way before, when he was building T0 and everything else, he said to me, he used the word Kryptonite, and that's what he built. He naked short Kryptonite. And that's the one thing I cannot figure out, and it was the question I asked him when I interviewed him in the summertime, was why hasn't there been a mass transition of companies moving over to T0? And he didn't have an answer. He hasn't been with the company for a year and hasn't been on the inside. He left before the token, the Overstock token, was issued. So I don't know if you know the history of all that, but he left just prior to that.
Hold on 2 seconds. Does anybody have any questions for Pedro that are down in the audience? Because Pedro just dropped literally a logic bomb, knowledge bomb of information that makes me incredibly happy, even though the board of directors is literally a bunch of squatters. And that's fine. Congratulations. You found a giant piece of gold in the desert that prior had no gold, pun intended. But does anyone else have any questions about Pedro's thing? Because bad news, mediocre news, not FUD, but just mediocre news, not FUD. Who has questions for Pedro?
Hey, I don't have a question for Pedro, but you guys, you should go and listen to that interview, because Patrick basically challenged anyone and everyone to come back at him again. He pretty. I'd have to go back but I've watched that like 4 times, and I'm almost positive he said, "I wish they would call me in," meaning now, not just talking about what happened back then. And what Pete's stressing and what Patrick talked about was that, hey guys, you painted yourself into a corner, meaning, the regulators. You can't have it both ways. You can't say that shorting of a stock or naked or whatever shorting of a stock does not have a negative effect on it, right? Cannot drive it down. If you're going to turn around and say that I'm able to be sued because I supposedly did something that mechanically would be, in theory, able to drive the price up. So he had him by the nuts, and he knew he had him by the nuts, and he knows he has him by the nuts now. And he's one of those guys who would love to be dragged into court, because he not only has the time and the money, but I mean, he really wants to make a change. So he's willing to continue to put his neck on the line and spend the time and the money and the headache of going to court so that he can go through the discovery and things like that. These guys do not want any part of him. That's why, we started the call this morning by trying to invite Pedro on and talk about, what a great opportunity this would be for Adam Aaron and his team to invite Patrick to consult specifically about something that he knows more about than all of them combined, right? And Al knows Patrick, so Al has a good sense that Patrick might say yes. So anyway, that's it for me. But you guys go back and watch that, and not only that part, but the part where he smiles like Pete's describing. It's Patrick is up for the fight, man. He is up for the fight, and he smiled, And he said, I can't believe how many people have a deep understanding now of all these really esoteric, bizarre things that all of you guys have an understanding of, and way more of an understanding than I have. You know, I've told everybody all along, I stay in my little narrow wheelhouse, man. I can't add value where the rest of you are. But Patrick got a huge kick out of it, and he's like a little kid when he smiles and says how excited he is that, you know, however many years later, there's a huge group of people that actually can get in the weeds and talk about this stuff. I mean, he's super impressed by the AMC movement, and that's why he's willing to get involved. So that's it for me, you guys. Thanks again.
Hey,
That is
Finvestor, I wanted.
freaking huge. Where can we see that video? Is it on Al's YouTube channel? Okay.
Al's YouTube, and it's he posted one of them like sort of 2 times under a different title. It seemed like because if you guys remember in real time, he posted a part 1 and a part 2 that were very specific about AMC only. But I don't think they had this particular part of the conversation. If you guys are you know, here's my only warning. If you listen to the entire interview, we started the interview. Al started the interview. I was there, but Al started the interview with sort of, you know, a global macro line of questions, and we talked about the globalists and globalism, and believe me, all this ties in. The same bad actors on Wall Street are in members of this cabal that are causing all sorts of other problems for us as a country. But my only warning is, if you're going to listen to the entire interview and you hate independents or Republicans, if you're like a hardcore Democrat and would be agitated by hearing him talk about things that, you know, are political, you're probably going to miss this other part because it's sort of sprinkled into, you know, some of this other bigger picture conversation that might piss some of you off. But I mean, at this point, I'm hoping we can all unite. I've tried not to be political, and I think most of us try not to be. We got a bigger fish to fry, you guys. So anyway, that's my only warning. If you're going to watch the entire interview, you're going to bump into some areas of the conversation that you might not love. All right, you guys.
The way
With the digging I've been doing really quick, I just want to say this is bigger than just AMC. This is bigger than even just the stock market. This stuff runs so deep. The dark hole, the rabbit hole you could go down researching some of this. Politics, whether you like it or not, are involved. And there is a reason why even Donald Trump has come out and liked things supporting what we are doing because of that right there that Bam just said. Because this group of people right here has opened so many people's eyes. We've effectively forced Citadel to speak up. I mean, we've gotten the mainstream media to talk about naked shorts when people told us all along they don't exist and that we're conspiracy theorists. Now people talk about dark pools and know what the hell they mean when before we were told those don't exist. So you're 100% right, Bam. And I think that's why you see Patrick Giddy, and that's why we do need him in this fight. We do need him on our team. I hope people do go to Al's video and watch it. And I also hope that people retweet this call, tweet it out so others can see it and get in here and hear this conversation, because there are big things happening. And whether people are against it or not, honestly, the more people that are standing up and trying to fight what we're all doing, it's even more bullish, in my opinion. We all know what we hold, and we're not going to let anyone squander it. I mean, and no one should have the right to. No one should have the right to get rich on our backs while squandering what we've invested, literally our hard-earned money, into this play.
And guys, anybody on YouTube, take any of this call, any of the live stream, use it to your heart's content. Just spread the message, man, because we are making waves now. We're back on Fox Business.
Is Spence really quiet for anyone else, or is it just me?
Yeah, he's really quiet.
Spence, I'm sorry, I can't hear
Is that
you.
better?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just saying, anybody on YouTube, Facebook, whatever platform you're on, take this call, take the video from YouTube I'm putting up right now, use it. Use any part of it you want. Spread the freaking message. Because just by us making waves these last 2 weeks, we're back on Fox Business. with Gasparino of all people asking Adam Aaron to reach out to the shareholders because something is going on. So use it to your heart's content.
Can I just add one thing? What I've been seeing is that the way this is all going to come to an end is the Wall Street New York Stock Exchange is going to be traded on blockchain sooner than later. And I think we see this with what Ryan Cohen's done with GameStop and filing to pull all his shares off the New York Stock Exchange. Why would he do that? Why would he sign a partnership with FTX? Why would he file for copyright of Gmerica in over 300 countries? So I think that's where we're headed, and I would love it if Adam Aaron would do something to this, but I'm starting to lose faith in our CEO. I'm not sure why he chose only Citibank to distribute the 425 whatever ape shares. None of this is making sense from a shareholder perspective, and if anybody has anything to add to that, I would love to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
I don't understand how one ape share doesn't equal one ape share. And I'm coming to this not from a math standpoint, because the feedback I get is stop talking about math. So let's just go into feelings. My feeling is that one share of ape is just one share of ape. My feeling is that when I see Bad Investor, I appreciate your comments, and Tara, I totally agree with, I'm getting goosebumps from all the dark pool, the checkbox, the Patrick Byrne. My feeling is that when I see Patrick Byrne talking, he is glowing. He is glowing. I don't think he's a young man, okay? I think he might be 50 or 60, but he glows like an athlete would. And it's because he has been attacked for 60x the length of time that we, as we enjoy the stock, have been under a little bit of adversity. And the feeling that I get, because this is not my first attempt to try to take something down, this is, I want to say, my 5th, 6th, maybe 7th rodeo, where the odds were no way can this team win, where look around, we're winning. We're even happy, where we've juxtaposed pain and pleasure. I haven't even checked the AMC ape price because I don't need to. Okay. I know that one share of AMC is one share of AMC. Do I sound like I bought Bitcoin at $200? Because all Bitcoin people do is everything that AMC people do. We host kumbaya things. We talk about the conspiracies that aren't even conspiracies. They're so easy to suss out. They're so easy to interrogate out. They're not even hiding. And if they're trying to hide, they're doing a horrible job, because holding doesn't cost us money. Holding is maybe a little bit of adversity, where we know what we own and we aren't selling. Maybe not we collectively if you haven't bought in yet, but I know I'm not selling, and I'm not going to speak for other people, but I'm a fan.
I agree.
Pete, can I ask you something, man? It's just last year, almost a year ago, around same time when Mark came around with the STO, T0 idea, the stock was sitting at $43. And, we, Tara, Spence, I was really new, but Tara, Spence, PJ, a lot of these people, like when he came, we used to have the calls, and there were like short sellers used to come in our calls, and they would tell to the people in the call, like if Adam even comes out and says like he's thinking about T0, like they'll cover their shorts and they will go long. I mean, that's how the short sellers used to be scared. So is it fair to say that his idea was good, and if we would have gone with his idea, we would not be sitting here under $8 today, but because of some people ego and ignorance, it led us to where we are today?
I would, well, I don't know if I'd say it's ego and ignorance. Ego is always a part of things. I think it's, my guess would be that it was far more legal than that, and whether he was threatened behind the scenes that you're not going to do this. And I'm completely, just talking out loud and thinking out loud on my own, but I'm so cynical on all of it that who knows who threatened them. And I know that this is systemic, and I know this is across thousands of stocks, and it's BBIGs and there's all these other companies. And had he done that at that time and issued a token at the time, it would have melted a very large hedge fund. Look, we were close to that hedge fund being melted to the point where we were days away from complete chaos, good chaos for us. And they had to literally forcibly stop people from buying, right? And if you think for a half second that the SEC didn't know what was going on when the buy button was pulled, take another hit on your crack pipe, because they absolutely fucking knew what was going on. And they were given a choice, either a complete meltdown of the market, where the largest market maker goes BK overnight, and you have total disruption in the markets by something that the SEC allowed to become. People forget the SEC sat and let this fester and get to this. So we were at a point where the SEC had to make a choice, either fuck over retail or have the whole system blow up in their face and be held accountable to that. So you know what they did? They looked the other way while retail got raped. And so the I don't know how to say it, but the systemic nature of all of this is just that. You have to think very big about this being a threat to their whole entire ecosystem, their entire money-making, sausage-making machine. And this is a big problem.
Thank you. So we are not shells and bots to just when we came with that idea, along with when we were pushing, and people were calling us bots and sellouts and all kinds of names. So he was right. It would have taken a lot of big hedge funds and a lot of corrupt people down, and it would have melted the system.
It still would. The people don't understand. They still have not. And if people have heard me before, there's two things in an infinity short situation. And an infinity short situation in my book is a mathematically uncoverable short. It can go up and they can cover, but they will just be covering into new shorts. So they can never truly buy the shares. And basically an infinity short is pretty much anything over 70% of the float. From a mathematical standpoint, is impossible to cover, because if you're short 70% of the float, it is impossible to go buy every 70% of the company. It's just impossible. So when you have an infinity situation, GameStop, AMC, little known fact, Tesla was your very first infinity squeeze. It just wasn't called that. It was, look at Tesla, it's going crazy. Well, no, it's because there were more shares short than existed. And Elon went with a 420 tweet that turned him upside down, and the rest is history. That tweet made Elon the richest man in the world. So they haven't. So the only thing that resolves an infinity.
Can you expand on that? Can you expand on that? Because I get it, but that's also fascinating. Can you expand on it?
We can do another space where I can talk more about what I think happened in Tesla and the infinity side of things, but from an infinity standpoint.
Yes, please. I want to schedule that with you.
Yeah. So you make the point where I've made this point where there's two things that resolve an infinity squeeze from a liability standpoint. When I say liability, I mean whoever's short Ape and AMC, that liability has not gone away, right? I remember tracking Knight Securities in 2011, I think, 12. Securities sold, not yet purchased. That sound familiar to anybody? Right? It's Citadel's book. Not securities sold, not yet purchased. Well, guess what? That was on Knight's book literally 12 years ago that I was tracking. And I'm like, they've sold $65 billion worth of stock. They haven't purchased. It's a line item on Knight's filing. What the fuck's going on? That was over a decade ago. And Knight blew up in a day. In one day, Knight Securities blew up over a computer glitch. They had a third of their book was unwound. They didn't know it. the stocks went from 1 to 10 and 10 to 1, all in the space of about 20 minutes. And that was like on a Wednesday or Thursday. By Monday, they were mercy bought by Virtu. And that's what built Virtu. Virtu took on that positions because they never could have been unwound. If there was a true bankruptcy liquidity event, Knight Securities could not, those positions could never be unwound because they were short too much. So what happened was they got taken over by Virtu and went from there. But so I get off track, but going back on track, there's two things that satisfy an infinity squeeze or infinity shorted situation: bankruptcy and the company selling more shares. So either the company issues more shares or the company goes bankrupt. That's the only thing that can remedy an infinity short situation. And that's what's here. So the liability, whoever's short Ape and AMC, their liability hasn't just gone away because the price of the stock is down, because they still have billions of, however, millions and billions of shares to cover. So the liability still sits there, right? But yeah, they're in the money maybe, and it's a quote unquote a mark to market. It's profitable. Think about like the banks after 2008-9. Yeah, they owned all this real estate, but they couldn't do anything about it. Mark to market, fine, but if they actually tried to liquidate the portfolio, they couldn't. So so nothing's changed. I haven't seen anything that shows me that liability has been reduced. The liability gets reduced if the company can be convinced to sell a lot of shares to them at very low prices, or they go bankrupt and the equity is canceled.
Thank you, Pete. And Spence, Tara, Swing, all you guys, let's keep applying this pressure. You guys might not know how much it means to people. Yeah, we will take a lot of shit. Everybody will take shit. Like we are used to it, taking shit for almost 14 months. But there are a lot of silent people who look up to you guys. There's a reason why 600 people are in your calls, not in other calls, because they know that you guys might be their last hope. So keep doing what you guys doing. I am banned. I'll be back in five days, and I'm gonna raise hell. I might get banned. I'll open another account, but we will see through this, and we will fuck shit up till the end. We will not be silenced down. Let them call us shills, whatever names, racist shit, whatever they want. But if it can save even few people their livelihoods and their money going down the drain, I can take anything. It doesn't matter. So, Pete, thank you for coming along. Man, your voice matters a lot, brother. Thank you so much for everything.
I hear you, and I'm right there with you, man. I agree, and all you can do is fight and get after it.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Over 600 people in here listening. It just goes to show you, Pete, that even though Gasparino tried to shut you down and get you banned, you can't stop a freight train. Like, you can't just stand there. What does he think he is, like Superman or something? I mean, I appreciate him, going on and saying, we need action or whatever today. But other than that, the amount of hate that he's shown people, and then when he gets even a lick of it back, he freaks out and has people banned. I wonder who his contact is with Twitter, where he can get people shut down so easily. It's crazy. But I just recommend don't engage with that guy. Don't engage with him. Retweet the space, guys. Retweet the space, please. Sorry.
He has a really short temper.
You have any idea how hard it is for me not to start sending him shit again? You guys have any idea? I have got a bullpen of photographs and images and memes and pictures of, I should just post them all on my new thread here. Little baby Chucky. I got baby Chucky sitting on Harris Faulkner's lap.
Let's finish the call first.
Oh, you know how
difficult the call's over.
You know how hard it is for me not to start chirping at him again? Oh. I might get thrown off again. I make no promises. I may get thrown off again.
There's over 1,000 people listening to this call globally right now, and I guarantee you Fox Business is in here with a couple hedge funds, and Pedro and Alan and Bam.
Is that a lot of people for a space call?
It's good for a space call like this, not on an earnings day. 600-700 people for AMC is an excellent space call. And Al and Bam, thank you for setting this up today and entrapping me in the host position. I appreciate that. And Tara and Swing for co-hosting, and Pedro, man, just Absolutely priceless information.
Yeah. It's always a good time. Nice to be back, and it's nice for people to say nice things. It's always makes somebody feel good when people say nice to have you back and stuff like that. I do appreciate it. It's everyone's a human being, and it's nice to have people say nice things. So I do appreciate that.
Hey Pete, we'll tee up like 5 to 10 other Twitter accounts and have them ready when you decide to share those photos. And then I was just going scrolling through baby names that begin with P, so that after Pedro's gone, maybe what Paco I see.
Oh, I went with I might have built up
Palmiro, maybe Palmiro from
Peter
Palermo.
Peter in Italian is Pietro, so I think I have Pietro Day, and I forget how Philly is spelled in Italian, but I think I might have that one queued up too. So
fair enough.
Fair enough. All right, guys, have a good night, and we'll talk to you all later.
Adios, you guys.
Later.
You know Pedro's coming back when we drag him back.
Oh yeah, I'll come back whenever you guys want. Did you guys want me to stay on now?
I wasn't ending the call. I was just saying nice
stay.
things.
Don't leave. Don't leave.
I thought everybody was wrapping it up when you were like, well, whatever. I can stay for a little bit longer.
No, I'm just tired and I sound like I'm ending the call, but I'm not.
He's napping on stream. I was going to say Jackson's in here now, and Jackson's been quite vocal.
That's Jim
calling me
right now. Hold on a second. Gasparino calling him.
If Jim's still on, he was just trying to call me. That's why it got interrupted. But yeah, if people have more questions or wanted to chat, I got a little more time.
Yeah, I was going to say Jackson might have something he wants to say. I know. Is he still up here, or is it just broken?
Jackson, hey Pedro, mute your microphone. Mute your microphone, and then you can toggle. There you go. Jackson, what up?
What's going on, guys? Hey, thank you, Tara. Thank you, Spence. Oh, it looks like Spence stole Tara's top dog position. Holy shit. But yeah, I like everything that I'm hearing, dude. It's like we got to keep we got to keep the pressure up though, because for so long it was like people were complacent, and now the tide is turning where people are legitimately getting tired of it. And I'm one of those individuals, and it has nothing to do with like you're weak or like you're a crybaby. It's like, no, when you've had enough, and you draw a fucking line in the sand and you do something. And that's just how I operate in the real world and on the internet. But, I've taken a big step back. And so speaking about Patrick Byrne, that's how I learned like more than half the shit that I know on all this stuff, through Patrick Byrne. So like, he has this one video that describes failures to deliver. And when I watched that, I had to watch it a couple times. But when I watched it, it finally clicked exactly what was going on. It's really simple what's going on. They're artificially increasing the supply. And when you do that, the share price or the commodity price or the value of anything goes down when you increase the supply. It's basic laws of economics. And so Patrick found that out in the early 2000s. I think he got a couple of phone calls and they were like, hey, check out what's going on with your stock price. He looked into it. He realized what the fuck was going on, and he took action. There was no waiting around. There was no twiddling his thumbs. He took fucking action. And all these people that say, oh, the CEO is not allowed to talk about it. It could not be further from the truth. You are allowed to speak on it. It's called the First fucking Amendment. We don't live in a third world country. We're grateful to live in the United States. So everybody that says that shit. And then recently I realized that part of the CEO's job is the share price, word for word, textbook definition of a CEO. Part of their job is to make sure the share price, stays within a certain range, stays high, blah, blah, blah. And so I just want to say, like, I take steps back on social media and YouTube. I've gotten enough attention. I think people realize that, and I got shit to deal with in my own life right now. But we really got to keep the pedal to the floor, and everybody's got to keep voicing their opinion, no matter how much flack they get or how much pushback. Because, dude, I promise you, I've been in enough projects to know that the more hate something gets, the more successful it's going to be. It is a fucking law. I guarantee you that. Okay. So if you're doing something and a bunch of people are hating on it, there's typically a good reason, unless you're like a mass murderer, like you sell dope or some shit. But just keep fucking speaking out, all right? And I know I've said in the past that, sorry for cursing so much, I'm like underslept and not in a great place, but I know I've spoken a lot where like tweets don't really matter, and like the only change is going to happen in like off the internet, right? But this is a time where if we get loud enough, the narrative shifts, right? Because the narrative for whatever almost 2 years, it really wasn't let's take action now and like asking what the fuck is going on. A lot of us were just being complacent and just hoping and wishing. But guess what? Hoping and wishing, praying, that's not an investment strategy. And I'm not cool with doing that. Okay. So you like just keep your pedal to the fucking floor and keep asking questions. And anytime somebody doesn't want you to question something, there's a problem there. There's an issue. They don't want you to see behind something. So keep questioning, keep seeking the truth. You know, whichever way this thing goes, I do believe it's going to end up advantageous for the retail investor. But whichever way this goes, even if nothing happens, like you have to seek out the truth. And if you have that truth, you have to spread it. That's just one of my principles in life. And so at this point, it's more so just getting to the fucking bottom of this, because when you're investing your hard-earned money, and keep in mind, this is a working class movement. This is not a aristocracy based movement. This is a working class movement with people that are living paycheck to paycheck. And if they don't get a paycheck, they could get evicted and live on the fucking streets. So you got to keep in mind that like we're tired of it, dude. So when we have this momentum going like we do, people are speaking out. Tara's speaking out. Spence is speaking out. Sugar Kush, you just earned a follow from me. I appreciated that passion. Al's speaking out. Patrick is talking on it. When you have that momentum, you know, maybe we don't have millions of followers each, but that shit adds up and it becomes a snowball. And you cannot stop it once it has enough momentum. And so, you know, it's October 11th, 2022. This shit has gone on too long, dude. I don't give a fuck about the people that say, oh, I'll wait 10 years. Yeah, motherfucker. Well, people are going to sell before 10 years. You got to think about shit from every perspective. And if enough people sell, well, then there's zero chance of a squeeze. So all I'm saying is, I love the fucking passion. That's all I ever had in my life. I'm just a passionate human being. And keep the pedal to the fucking floor and keep saying your truth, no matter what anyone says. And like the way that I do it, I don't look at notifications. All right. If I looked at notifications, I'd go to therapy more than I already do. And I don't need that. And I don't need to relapse or anything like that. So if you guys are dealing with hate and all that shit, just don't even look at fucking notifications. That's not even... Social media is for you to voice your opinion. It's not so you like, oh, what are these people thinking about me? That's not a healthy way to use social media. The healthiest way is just to express yourself, all right? And I know that a lot of people are fed up, and I know that a lot of people are, they have the same train of thought, and that is, we want fucking answers. And I'm not trying to wait till I'm 40 or 50 years old to get money. I'm trying to get money now. That was the entire narrative from day one. It was never some long-term shit that was like based on hoping and wishing. No, we know the fucking facts. The numbers don't add up. Now let's take action. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for allowing me the floor.
Jackson, I was going to ask you before you bounce out of here with that mic drop, because that was phenomenal. But what do you think that there is a certain advantage to postponing the squeeze and to keeping this thing going as long as possible for certain people who are, you know, collecting money from the movement, who are, you know, maybe potentially paying their bills with the money that they're collecting from the movement, maybe buying more AMC? I don't know. But do you think that there is this potential that they actually find it more advantageous when not only this thing is postponed so that they get their monthly, you know, YouTube revenue or whatever it may be, but also when Adam is quiet so that they can get people, drive traffic to them to say, this is my theory, this is what I think is happening, and do all of this speculative stuff. So do you think that could be the potential pushback for why they don't want us asking for answers?
Yeah, I think that does come into play. let me just speak for myself real quick. I'm a low level YouTuber. A lot of people don't even know me. I barely make anything on YouTube anymore. That's not how I make my money. I just want to make that clear real quick. But
exactly. No, and that's what I want. That's why I wanted to point this out, because you don't do that. And you're the one person who I've seen so vocal about the squeeze, like anything to push this thing along. But yet the other people who do collect all of this money and revenue and super chats seem to be the ones who kind of want to pull back and say, hold on, we have time. Come watch my video on what Adam is doing. Come watch my video on what Adam is thinking. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And, you know, I typically don't talk about other people unless they're present, but I'm sure there are a couple actors in this community that don't mind this thing prolonging. I'm sure there are, because, you know, like when you haven't had attention and then you get all this attention, it does feel good. It feels good. But the thing is, and people don't really realize this about me, man, I had attention way before YouTube. Like, I've been doing music for a long time. So when that shit happened, all it meant was that I no longer had to work for somebody else. And that was cool. But like, I don't do it for that. And so there are, and I'm a little bit older than some of like the kids in their early 20s and shit. But like, yeah, I think there is a little bit of that. They want the attention. Some of their YouTube checks might be good. I don't know. They're fucking affiliate deals. But what I've noticed more so than that, so yeah, Tara, to answer your question, yeah, there is some of that. But what I've noticed more than that is the people that are just financially straight, their financial well-being is already good. I mean, some of these people are multimillionaires. Those are normally the people that are like, fuck it, I can wait forever. And it's like, yeah, we get it. You got 7 figures in your bank account, but guess what? 99.9% of this movement is not like you. So although you might be straight, almost everybody else in this movement is not. And so if you're only thinking about yourself, you're missing the entire point. And there is a breaking point where retail will not be able to hold. They have to pay their fucking bills, dude. Like where I live in California, you gotta either sell Coke or be a movie star to live in LA. That's just how it is. And so I just wish people would think about the perspective of all the investors. And I'm not gonna name names, but there's people that they're just so stuck in their own paradigm and they can't think about it from a dude that might only have 200 shares or 300 shares, and they're like biting their fucking nails and like drinking every night because they don't know if the shit's gonna pop off.
But Jackson, we had a guy in here yesterday, Ron, who is down 7 figures, and he's financially okay, but he's concerned about his grandchildren. Like he's concerned about the future for his family at this point being down that much. And also, I would argue some of the people saying you're not allowed to question the CEO, get out of the play if you want to question things, are maybe not even invested if they're not questioning things. Because if you're holding a position in anything, you should be questioning everything. So I'm actually concerned maybe they don't even have a position. I don't know how financially set they are or not, but some of the people who have said some of the things they've said, I find it hard to believe they're bleeding as bad as some of the others who are speaking out, is my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you never know like what cards somebody's holding. And like the whole like questioning thing, like, dude, this shit's so fucking stupid. Some people are like stop attacking Adam. You're bashing Adam. It's like you're talking about him like it's your best friend. Dude, the guy doesn't even know you fucking exist. Like, let's be real for fucking 10 seconds. He does not know you exist. He is a businessman. He is about money. Am I faulting him for that? No. That's what he does. He likes to do business. But don't get it twisted for a fucking second that he likes you or even knows you exist, okay? And by the way, the guy still follows me to this day. So anybody that thinks like he doesn't like me or some shit, it's like, dude, he understands. You think he's not thinking about this? I guarantee he's thinking like, oh shit, well, I should probably be transparent at some point, because there comes a time if you're not transparent, well then what is the incentive to stay invested? And the people that are like, if you're just going to complain, then why are you in this play? It's like, dude, life is not black and white like that. I can still be in a play, but I can have my qualms about it, my personal issues, my dilemma about it. That doesn't mean
When you've hated, hey Jackson, when you've hated the government or the president or the people in charge of the country, do you just like leave the country and go live somewhere else, or do you vote them out and vote new people in?
No,
Jackson.
that's great. Yeah, exactly.
Here, Jackson, say you're a home builder. Hey man, I'm gonna give you $500,000, build my house, and I'm gonna go on vacation for 6 months. Don't bug me. I'm gonna come back to a 1.5 bedroom, half bath, $500,000 home, and then claim fraud. That's literally what's going on here.
Yeah, you're going to get what I build you, and you're not going to be able to say anything about it because there's no communication. There has to be communication in every single type of relationship. And there is definitely an investor to upper management board relationship. And if there's no fucking communication, well, there's an issue there. And I have nothing against Adam Aaron personally. I don't know who he is, and he's probably a spectacular human being. But we're talking about money here. This is strictly money. I don't care what he does in his private life. I don't even care about anything but the share price and the squeeze. And so there just has to be transparency, and especially because he's been very vocal in the past, very anti-short sellers, very choke on that, very checkmate. And so last time I checked, when you say checkmate, the game is done. Your opponent has been beaten. It is game over. And that is very much not the case in reality. So there's a disconnect. You have a dissonance between what someone says and what is going on in actuality. And so, you know, I'm still bullish. I just give a fuck about people. I just care a lot. And so just everybody listening, dude, and by the way, like just no, not even by the way. Just keep doing what you're doing, man. Like everybody keep speaking your truth, and if you think something's fishy, it probably is. That's just how life works. So just keep speaking your truth, and power to the people, motherfuckers. I love you all.
Jackson, before you go, I just want to say this few lines for this group especially. Not all battles are fought for victory. Some are fought simply to tell the people that there was someone on the battlefield. So you guys are fighting that battle. Keep fighting. And man, thank you for the follow. And to all of you guys, keep fighting this fight. We will not back down now. It's too late to back down now.
Hey, hold up, Jackson, before you leave. Hold up, Jackson, before you leave. I'm sorry, I don't want to take over someone's time. Hey, Tara, how you doing? Spence, how you guys doing? Al from Boston, how everyone doing? Man, even though it's just shitty in the market, it's just so great to see the community and the collective that we have here. Just speaking our minds and opinions and our thoughts, and just all respecting each other. I mean, the community is strong. I'm not going to complain about anything. I think Jackson nailed it on the point. But Jackson, I've been following you probably the same time I've been following Trey. And that's been over a year and a half, probably going on almost 2 years. I just want to say, if no one follows Jackson, y'all need to follow him. Jackson, you are the fucking man, dude. I mean, I've watched all your videos. I missed that you kind of stepped back a little bit, which I totally understand. But man, I love everything that you do. And I see your frustration with the shills and bots. I don't even think they're even fucking true apes or just true retailers that would bash or worry about your damn stock or our movement or our community, that the way that they're doing. So keep doing you, man. Just know that you have thousands of people that respect you, love you, and wish the best and success for you and everybody that's in this space call as well. That I hope that everybody, you know, we all get that same outcome, and that's to win as retailers and just continue this movement, man. But Jackson, love you, brother. You keep doing you. Don't let them get you down, man. Love you, man. You take care of yourself. And Tara, thank you. Spence, as always, thank you. And everybody, y'all have a great day. That's all I have to say.
Hey, thank you so much, Eric. You don't know how much that just turned my day around, dude. I appreciate it. But yeah, thank you, Tara, and everyone.
Yeah, you keep your head up, brother, man. We're here all for each other, to support each other, man. Don't get down, man. Don't be hard on yourself. trust me, man, there's a lot of people that don't say nothing, that respect you and continue to follow you. You, like you said, you know, Adam may not know us. There's a lot that you may not know us of, but man, there's a whole lot of people that are following you and watching what you're doing and respect and love what you're doing. I mean, we may not say everything all the time, but just know, man, we are all here together, bro. So be easy on yourself. Much love. Take care, everyone.
Love you, man. Appreciate it.
Well, I'm trying not to cry like a baby. That was so nice, Eric. You're the best.
Oh, you're awesome, Tara. Thank you.
I don't know what it is. If like grown men get emotional, it's like game over. You guys, honestly, this is what it's all about for me. Like, I absolutely love you guys. I appreciate the support. Jackson, I feel exactly the same way. Ugh, I can't even speak. Love you, dude.
I love you too. You already know that, man. Like, I've already been crying for weeks straight. So what's another motherfucking day? And that has nothing to do with AMC, by the way. But no, like Eric, dude, I've been seeing Eric for a long time, and like that energy that he just displayed right now, just exhibited, that was the energy at day one. And you know what the fuck I'm talking about if you were here at day one. That was it. It was, and I'll try and like stop cursing. I'm really sorry, guys.
Man,
It was
motion. Fuck it.
Appreciate
My
it, man.
YouTube channel's banned.
Fuck that too. Yeah. So like, it's like that was exactly how it was. And like the fact that Eric still is like that, dude, that's a testament. That's a mentally strong man right there. And let me just say this. At day one, and you know, the beginning, when everybody was on the same side. Imagine that. But now you got like, there's such a rift, and I get it. As societies progress, rifts just happen because people think differently, and things fall apart, right? That's just how relationships happen. But just try to remember who the actual enemy is, okay? And I guarantee you that it's not anyone that is a retail investor or like or anybody invested in AMC. They're not your enemy. As much as you want to like as much as you want to fire back at someone or they said this about you and you want to talk shit, like just don't, because you're making the situation worse. So, you know, a great example of this, he's not in this call, but Joshua James, some dude said some shit to him, and he just said, dude, I'm going to be praying for you. Hopefully, you know, whatever is going on in your life gets settled. It was just the most beautiful way to respond to some troll emotional poison that was thrown at him. And if everybody just acted like Joshua James, this world would be a better place. And like, you know, I've been guilty of like sometimes, you know, I get like, it's like when you get poked with a stick 1,000 times, eventually you're going to react. Right. And so like, I just don't really look at the notifications because it just like fucks with me. But my point is that just try and remember who the actual enemy is. It's not a retail investor. And guess what? It's not even a YouTuber. It's not an influencer. It's none of those people. All right. So just maybe go back to square one and research how we got into this predicament to begin with. Because just because you don't agree with what someone says or what they believe, that doesn't make them an enemy. And I love you guys. I'm just going to listen from here on out because there's beautiful minds that probably have something better to say.
No, I think those are strong words. I would just continue to tell people that their liability has not gone away, despite a lot of people think like just because the price is down, that the short's liability is lessened. No, it's not, because until they buy shares, their liability is still on their books. Now their mark to market is up, right? But the company hasn't, to our knowledge, sold any shares yet. We don't know what's going on. we have a horrific market overall, but I would just keep saying to yourself that as it sits right now, their liability has not changed at all. And that's the most important thing. Ask yourself, why are they, they're shipping out all these people, Gasparino, whatever, and getting in on all these calls and attacking people and trying to split. They're going for their kill shot. It's because not enough people are selling, even here. And then you cross the line, a dangerous line for them, where people just say, fuck it, I'm going to buy a little bit more. Instead of buying some coffee this morning, I'm going to go buy a few more shares. And they don't sell. They still need your shares.
And that's admitted that.
Gasparino out. That's why they're doing all this stuff, because infinity squeezes are satisfied only one of two ways: the company issuing more shares, getting shares, or bankruptcy. That's it. And so ask yourself, if they were so confident in their short, why are they making such a fuss over? You'd think that they would just be like, they do one little victory lap and be done with it. No, look at that. We win. We're good. No, they have to keep going because they still haven't gotten what they want, which is a lot of fucking shares. So in the darkest of moments, just keep telling yourself that, look, they haven't gotten what they need. Now that could change tomorrow, right? That could be, and I'll be honest with people if it does. But that's why I've been buying a lot more, because I'm like, nothing's changed yet. The price has changed, and that fucking hurts, right? You get a Louisville Slugger, shoved up your backside, fucking hurts. But it's the situation behind the scenes in terms of their liability has not changed, and their rhetoric is going up and up and up and up. Why do they care so much about what I do with a $2 stock? Fuck you. Right? And so why do they care? Just keep asking yourself, why do they care so much? They care. I'm telling you why. They care so much because they still have an unfunded liability that could take their entire ship down. That's it. And so I echo everything that Tara says and other people, that it is absolutely appropriate to put pressure on the CEO, whoever the gentleman was who spoke before. Adam Aaron is not our friend. He doesn't give two fucks about you. We have no idea. I'm not turning on him, but I'm also saying you don't blow the guy just because he's the CEO. He has a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders, us. So we have every right to challenge and press and ask for and fight for transparency and more, and expect someone to fight for the currency. So that's how I see things. And I keep telling everybody, this is a threat to a much bigger thing. This is a threat to a much bigger thing. And they've got the police, they've got the media, they've got everybody in their bag. But what they don't have is enough shares to remedy their liability. And that's what we control.
Vote for Pedro.
I have, before we get to these next hands, I have one question for you, Pedro.
Yeah.
Are you actually Jeff Bridges? And can you say Tony Stark built this in a cave with a box full of scraps?
Tony Stark built this in a cave with a box full of scraps?
He's Jeff Bridges, dude. I knew it.
If you vote for me, everybody, you get a shot of tequila. You vote for Pedro. Of good shit, too.
The hashtag is #vote for Pedro AMC. That's the hashtag.
Yeah. And then another hashtag, fuck Gasparino.
Along with
hashtag Gasparino can lick my taint.
Your new nickname is the dude.
Hashtag Gasparino can lick my taint.
Oh, here we go. That's your ringer getting you banned right there.
Yeah,
that was your ringtone.
All right, back to hands. I think that's Jim texting me, but I'm good. All right. Anybody else have any questions?
Hey, this is Jim. I got a question. And I want to say thank you for everyone for, putting these on. It's a lot of good information.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
We can hear you.
All right.
Oh, okay. That's my phone fucked up. When someone a text or something comes, it comes off.
Wait, Keith, someone was about to ask you a question.
And this
Okay, go ahead.
This can go to Pedro or anybody else who can answer. So my theory, and you guys can call me, whatever you want, but is, we've seen the stock run to 70. We've seen it run again to 40. My theory is that they're testing consumer sentiment right now. They're trying to find the pressure relief valve on how they can let this squeeze but not get out of hand. And that kind of goes in line with what Pedro's talking about, right? So is this a test, right? I was in this play, over 2 years now. And all along I thought they got to run it down to below 5 before they can start closing it. That's just my theory. They have to get it down below 5 before they can start doing anything. What are your thoughts on that, Pedro? Do they have to keep dropping it to find the pressure relief valve? And is the APE release going to be the beginning of the pressure release? That's my question.
Not everybody at once.
I'm wondering if Pete, did you hear that question, or Pedro?
No, I'm sorry. My phone's a little fucked up. Can you just, I heard a little bit of it and it went in and out. So I don't know if it's my reception or whatnot.
Basically, he was asking, in a nutshell, the theory is these runs to like $31 and then 27 and then 21, that the institutions are testing the waters to find that pressure relief valve. How long can they stress us out and then let the price pump to see if we sell out?
Yeah, I think that maybe that's been a little bit of it. I think it's been more a question. The one move to it really depends on if you can find a discernible reason for the move. So the move in March was directly attributed to Ryan Cohen buying a bunch more GME. That's what sparked it, and in my opinion, that's what did the final blow to Melvin, to Gabe Plotkin. That put him out of business, and so he covered the rest of his shorts because a lot of stuff moved at the same time. So I don't know if it's as orchestrated as people think. I think they can only hang on to their over naked shorted situation so long, and then they have to get some shares in to burn it off and to get control again, so they control the rise, so it's not put to them. So I think there's controlled rises. I've said this all along to Jim and whatnot, that I told him about it when we first met, and he like a light bulb went off. He's like, that's exactly what they do. I'm like, yeah, they need control. This is always about controlling of the shares. That's what payment for order flow is about. All the stuff, it's about controlling it. So yeah, do I think there's maybe some controlled rising to shake the tree and then take it down and shake the tree? This recently is all out kill shot to try to force massive dilution, or if they can try to get the price so low that even if they sell every share they're authorized to share, they can't satisfy what they need, get what they need. That's the ultimate goal with all this stuff. And that's why I just reposted the Patrick Byrne article about Saint Small Cap. We're seeing in slow motion exactly what they do in that article that was written over a decade ago. We're seeing that play out in real time in broad daylight. I don't know if that answers it, but that's kind of what I think about it.
Yep. No, that's good. I agree. Thank you.
You okay?
Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, Swing, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, for a little morale boost, I just saw an article that said that our boy Kenny ended up taking looks like an $8 million loss on a property in Florida that he just sold to A-Rod. So he bought it in 2020 for 24, and looks like he sold it for like 18 or something, and it recently appraised for 44 million. So, for what it's worth, no matter how much any of us have lost, it probably isn't anywhere near that much money. I realize that he can write that off, but no one likes taking a wash on real estate.
He's been rich long enough that Citadel could go to zero, and he has enough hidden everywhere that he'll be fine forever.
It took a $2 million depreciation for Mayo stains on the wall.
I thought it was for his knee pads for servicing Gary Gensler.
San Francisco sandals is what they call them. Al,
Never heard that before.
said that. Al or Tony, whoever wants to go next.
I can't hear.
So I just got off the phone with a good friend of mine who is a former professor of securities law. He is going to help me write this document up. He's helping me organize the actual complaint that goes along with it, and he's helping me do the relief injunctions, which was the biggest pain in the neck because it's got to be a really detailed, well-argued thing. And we're going to be using Patrick's case and a few others we found. So when we looked it up on Westlaw, there was a shit ton of dark pool abuse lawsuits, a couple of them class actions, a bunch of them were individuals trying to take on the government. So we have a good list of what we could start with in terms of jurisprudence, in terms of citations for this. And now that I have this guy who's going to be helping me out this, who's done this, he was doing this for 18 years on the government side. I know exactly what their plan is. So we're going to convene another call probably in the next few days. And the active duty guys are going to have to, well, that's another story, but we're doing something really good right now, you guys. And I think this can actually work with this writ of mandamus now that we have this guy that's going to help us through. That's it.
Can you expand on that? Because I know you teased it before with that. Can you, whatever you're comfortable with?
Sure. So, I've taken some time off from YouTube and not doing any YouTube for a while, and I'm focusing on doing some legal writing. I'm filing some paperwork along with Ethan, who I don't know where he is. I'm sure he's probably listening somewhere, but we're gonna file some paperwork in a federal court asking the government to do their job. Now that's something called a writ of mandamus, but our writ's a little bit different. Ours is structured different. Our injunctions are different. And we found a couple of aces that we could use in this thing, and that could potentially expedite some kind of movement. It's different. It's much different than going against a class action, trying to jump on this monster and trying to, kill him. It's impossible to take out Citadel. It's impossible to take out the SEC. It's impossible to take out the DTCC in federal court. It just isn't going to happen. They're too well connected. But that doesn't mean we can't do a couple of things here and there to tweak things. Now, to jail, too big to curtail. And I'm sorry, can you guys hold on 1 second? I got a call coming in. I'll be right back.
So the reason
go ahead, Larry.
So the reason I like diversity of backgrounds is I would have never thought to ask the government to do their job. Like, that's genius because there's a thing, attack surfaces, where we are the thing that's asking basic questions. How is my holding a stock that I'm a fan of cause for the Federal Reserve in November of 2021 to say, oh, these meme investors are going to topple the economy? And as per Luke Grauman on January 28th, 2021, where he literally states 28 days into 2021, the United States is exhibiting a half dozen characteristics of the Weimar Republic, where when money's dying, why is not financial advice? Why is AMC and GameStop 50% of the total stock market value? And like, all of us have been, well, some of us longer, but some of us are new, or some of you guys are new. The benefit and the financial benefit is going to happen. And this is what makes me pained, because the people that did the work sometimes don't get the reward. Like what Hunter was talking about with people that are in pain because they've got their own liquidity crunch, where this thing's going north. And that's why when Al from Boston's talking about a finance prof with a legal background, like that's a great attack point for us trying to shine a light. What Pedro is talking about, with us trying to gain more transparency, with us hat tipping Patrick Byrne because of his ability to ask simple questions. Hey, the SEC posted something on a website, and now you can't. Now you're saying that I'm manipulating it, but I'm citing a source with citations, which is what Al is going to come back to. With these are the citations, and this is the jurisprudence process of how we shine a light on what Tara was talking about with dark pools and just transparency. Al's back.
Looks like he dropped out. Here we go. Al, can you hear me?
That was actually Ethan that called. Some really good news, but I can't really tell you guys over the net. But so long story short, we're going to force the SEC to do their jobs. We're going to force them into a corner, and we're going to cite their own linguistics, their own communications, their own verbiage over time. Now, I think where I left off was talking about Citadel and DTCC, how they're too big to fail, how they're too big to jail, but they're not too big to curtail. The argument is predicated on the government doing a couple of quick things on our behalf that should not interrupt the vast majority of the market making they're doing. The vast majority of the stock market itself will not be affected by it. And this is the best part, get us a fucking share count. That is the big thing, the share count we can get. And we don't need any evidence to do this. We found a way to do this. And I'm just, I don't know, this must be providence. I mean, I'm in law school and God just delivers this thing into my lap. I don't know how else to claim it, but we're just doing research and everything is falling into place for this thing. And I'm thrilled to death, but I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch. I'm fucking nervous now because what I just got told a minute ago is going to be huge. And, the research that's found on there regarding dark pool is so extensive. There's so much to cite from. There's so many arguments that they've brought up and with no real resolution. And the fact that there was just an interview that Gensler did with Jon Stewart, and he comments on PFOF, which is like the icing on our proverbial cake. I'm so confident now. It's the most confident I've been in this thing since we started 3-4 weeks ago. But I am going to be taking a break from YouTube and shit and just get away from the toxicities to focus on the writing. The writing is what matters from here on out, making sure this thing is taken care of. And the best part about what we're doing, the best part, zero chance of going into receivership, zero chance of going and getting delisted. It's all positive. It's all like everything towards what we want and no like risk involved whatsoever. So that should help some of you guys, sleep easy at night, because I know a lot of you guys were afraid, oh, it's going to get delisted. Not with the way we're doing it. The way we have it structured, it's literally foolproof, and good things are going to happen from it. You should be excited about this thing. I am, and we have really smart people working on it. That's it.
Some of
Hey,
the biggest
Al, can you expand on receivership and delisting and your whole, when you say the phrase, the short thesis is dead, can you expand on that?
Sure. The person that taught me about receivership is on this call. His name is PEDRO. Or Pietro. Basically, the SEC takes control of a company and they do what's called tender offers. They will take control of, AMC shares. They'll offer us a tender amount of $10, right? And nobody buys. Okay, then it goes to $10.50, then it goes to $11, and it goes so on and so forth until the whole thing is done and complete. I think that's how Pietro taught me. I'm pretty sure it's Pietro. Is that correct? Well, that's how he taught me. That's what I remember. Basically, that's how it works.
Pietro's probably on mute. And then what about your short thesis? There dies the short thesis. Like, what do you mean by that when you say that in your videos?
I can't bring that up and just put it out there. It would be kind of giving away the goods here.
Colin, checkmate before checkmate.
Pete, talk about receivership.
Well, it's basically like when you looked at long-term capital management, or anytime the SEC or the government has had to come in to stabilize a entity that is become systemically risky to the whole system. And so, that's a dream scenario where something like that happens, where you come in and they do the right thing. There's what should happen and what will happen, but that's that's what happened with long-term capital. Long-term capital, they brought a bunch of people in the room, all the brokers, and said, okay, everyone's going to take a piece of this and eat this. And that's the general situation. I think I think that's a little ways off right now. Let's just focus on the task at hand, which is keeping people together, staying focused on what matters here, and that it can change very, very quickly. We all know that, and just keep telling yourself they haven't gotten themselves out of this situation, and it goes from there. We're going to what Al was saying about going after that. The other way to do this, and I don't know necessarily how, but I'm telling you, if you can start a migration of small caps over to T0, if you could get 10 or 15 companies to issue a digital token and start migrating their share bases to blockchain, that would be the best way, at least in my opinion, to topple the system. Is focus on a positive. Hey, let's move over here. We're going here. And it's what I was saying before about Patrick Byrne's snicker when he said, yeah, they tried to tell me that I knew what was going to happen. And how would I know, right? It would be the same thing. If you could get 10 companies together to say they lock arms, they're CEOs that are tired of their their currency being raped and manipulated every day, and they lock arms and all go together, and you start a migration of small companies over to T0 or to any blockchain exchange, game, set, match, and you haven't spent a single day in court. You haven't filed any legal briefs. You haven't sued anybody. You haven't hired anybody. All you've done is started the migration of the caribou from here to here. And trust me, that would do it. You get 10 or 20 companies that move and issue tokens and do what Overstock did and make the T0 platform for tokenized securities deeper and more vibrant with brave companies that go first. It would then people would see what happens to those share prices. And then it would be over, because it would start toppling through their system and their entire book. And so there's plenty of ways to go about this. There's the route of going directly at who's going after it and causing these problems, or there's a way that Patrick Byrne has created that offers a different path. Just a thought, just food for thought.
You okay? Tony's been waiting. What's up, man?
Hey, sorry. Had my phone set down across the room. Hey, good call today, guys. Good to hear from Jackson. I've enjoyed hearing Pedro talk. And I got rushed off last night because I was going to a movie. But I just wanted to, in the interest of trying to continue to bring everybody together, say that whatever your opinions are of Adam Aron and what he's doing, I will always support your guys' right to have an opinion and to voice your opinion. And I wish everybody would realize we're all on the same team. But we can have different ideas about due diligence or tactics and still be human and good to each other. So keep up the good work. I appreciate you.
Thank you, man. Thank you. How is it 3:30 already? General, what's up, buddy?
Hey guys, so there's a lot of, I know that the big ballers in the space called, they know the type of heat they're getting out there on Twitter and YouTube or whatever, but there's a lot of people that are spreading misinformation about this group stating that we're trying to sue AMC. And I just want to set the record straight in case you're unaware that that's happening, or in case people are listening thinking that's what we're talking about, because that's not what we've been talking about. If you look up at the two posts I put up there, it's very clear what we've been talking about. And Tara's recording, you can always go back and replay it if you're not certain. But we haven't talked about suing AMC. That's not where we're at right now. What we've talked about is having a legal firm represent us in order to acquire information necessary to uncover synthetic shares. That's not suing AMC. That's opening up the door for discovery. The people that we would be suing, if we were able to provide the evidence, would be none other than our brokerage firms. The people that sold you all those synthetic shares that are in your account that are of lower value, those are the ones that we would be suing. And their insurance carriers are the ones that are going to have to foot that bill. It's no different than when a hurricane goes through Florida. AIG, State Farm, whoever it is that's insuring those folks, it's their insurance company that's going to cover that loss. Well, every brokerage firm is a bonded, accredited financial institution. And if they're selling something to their consumers, their clients, which are us, the shareholders, whether it's synthetic GME shares, whether it's synthetic Vinco Venture shares, BBIG, or whether it's synthetic AMC shares or Sundial or whatever it is, they're selling synthetic shares. They need to be held accountable. And just like, who was it? Oh, he's not on the call anymore. Oh, no, just like PEDRO said, if we can get 10 or 20 CEOs out there, boards of directors, companies, to be willing to lock arms together, not to create a lawsuit, but to move the market to the blockchain, to move it somewhere else, you're going to see changes happen. You're going to see things brought to light. Or at the very least, if they started, holding their attorneys that are already on retainer accountable for saying, hey, this is our priority right now, guys. We are not able to get Class A debt financing because of our share price. This has to be something that we got to look at. We're holding you on a retainer. We're asking you to, drum the horns, go out and find out who our shareholders are, and have those brokerage firms sold more than we have authorized for them to sell as a part of our company. Again, that's what this is about. This isn't about suing any of our companies that we hold ownership in. It's about getting the word out, discovering the evidence, and presenting it to the DOJ.
General, first of all, thank you. I was in the call last night when you were in that call. Those people, they have a narrative and agenda. No matter, even if you say, Adam is a god in this call, they'll still twist it and say something. And it's the same group for last 14 months. Every time these group of people, they come out with the ideas, some of the best ideas, they will always paint a narrative and always try to, they're going after Adam. They want to get this thing delisted. And it's only bunch of 14, 15 people, those who run these calls, whether it's David and Goliath, Ape Radio, Ape Average, that guy, it's their agenda and narrative. Like that guy literally told in the call you was yesterday, like they don't want this thing to squeeze because they know the people will leave. What else you want to know? Like these people don't want this thing to end. They want this thing to continue for 5-10 years. Maybe I'm started to thinking maybe they're from the board members or somebody from inside AMC is pushing this narrative through these people. So, no matter what you do, you will never be able to keep those people or make them happy because they have already their narrative and agenda set. Like so many good things came out of this group, whether it was T0, DRS, no options, like so many good ideas, but they were all put down because they don't want this control and grift to end. And there are people, those who are tired, they're down hundreds of thousands of dollars. They can afford to pay their gas money and buy groceries. And these people have the guts to tell those people, like, sell your shares, we will buy it. Just because you have money to buy their shares, do you know how these people are going through, what they're going through? Dumb fucks. So you do what you are doing. We'll keep doing what we're doing and let these people do. They will always, they'll be here 2 or 3 years from here doing the same shit, bro. You will come and see in 2 years, they'll be still having the space call and doing the same cloud chasing bullshit that they've been doing for last 15 months.
And General, every time me and PJ hosted a space call months ago about lawsuits, class action against brokerages, and Lou and a bunch of other people from Ape Radio and these other channels came out, and the call's recorded, and tried to say, I'm going to sue Adam Aaron. And I was like, this is ridiculous. And not even a week later, AMC Theater announces that they're settling a lawsuit filed by Linda Lau back from like 2016, who Linda had filed against Adam Aaron, Wanda, the board of directors, and now they're settling, and AMC, the company, is going to get paid $17 million because of what that person did for the company. But these people out there saying we're going to sue Adam Aaron and we're going to sue AMC Theaters, they're literally the cancer in this movement that has been derailing people because everybody's too scared to say anything because you'll get attacked. That's why I've been just out here like an absolute maniac lately, taking heat, taking attacks. I want people to realize that you can speak your mind and you can get attacked and you can keep moving forward. And this is the group to do it with right here.
100%. You know, because, and Larry's right, because, you know, I was in that call for maybe 3 minutes and they already knew who I was. They were listening to our call here yesterday. They see my, you know, profile, and they started having these preconceived notions of what I'm going to say. And they were saying words that I've never said, not in a year and a half, and words that I didn't say all day yesterday. You know, like I said, I haven't said it in a year and a half. They were talking about, I want this thing to squeeze now. I want this thing to squeeze this week. And that's not, and I'm like, wait. When did I say anything about timelines or squeezes? That's not what I said. Oh, and you're talking about, and I was like, whoa, you guys are kind of like, give me a minute. I had to actually ask them, hey, can I have 2 minutes to speak before you guys interrupt me? If you don't want me here, just tell me and I'll leave. But I mean, if you want to, you know, have a conversation, adult conversation, let me say what I got to say and then come back with it. And so the only example that I gave them was this. So as you guys know, or some of you may not, I'm also a former theater manager. Okay. One of my companies that I worked for was actually bought by AMC Theaters. Okay. I'm happy about that. And I want to see my investment as an owner. I want to see the employees of that company. And I want to see all the patrons that still want to go out on dates, take their families, take their kids to the theaters, you know, as Vin Diesel would say, to the movies. You know what I mean? I want to see these things still be around, unlike Toys R Us, unlike Radio Shack, unlike Sears, you know, Sears, JCPenney, and, you know, unlike a lot of the other things that we may have had novel, you know, connections to in our childhood. I want to see AMC still be around for another 100, 200, 300 years. But anyways, what I brought up was an example. As a theater manager, when we sell tickets for a theater, let's say we have 500 seats. Let's say it's, I don't know, Avatar, since it's re-released. When we have 500 seats for a theater and we sell 500 tickets, but 1,000 people show up to sit down, we know there's a problem. So what do? We do a ticket count. It's theater 101. I mean, you know, these theater executives that are running our company right now, it's as if they've never worked inside and ushered. Now, I know these guys have to be smarter than my 17-year-old ushers, and they've got to be able to put 2 and 2 together to make 4. But like I said, we will check tickets. We do a ticket count. We find out who has the fake tickets, and we, you know, push them aside and we let them know, I'm sorry, we can't let you admit into this attendance. Well, here's the difference with that analogy and what's happening with our stock. There are synthetic shares out there. We all know this, okay? Kind of like fake tickets, counterfeit tickets. But here's the thing. AMC sells the tickets at the front box office when you come in. So they have a control to say, hey, you're not coming through. You're not going to watch this movie because you got a fake ticket. It's counterfeit. But somebody else, a third party, is selling our shares in the company, and they're counterfeiting that. So AMC is not going to necessarily say, hey, this looks counterfeit. I can't let you, I can't include you into this share meeting and you don't have a vote. They may not necessarily say that, but that's where we've provided the evidence, or we've gathered the evidence. We provided it to the Department of Justice, and then they start calling up all these brokerage firms and they start subpoenaing all their documents to find out who is it that actually got the synthetic shares? Who is it that has the authentic shares? And who do these brokers now have to pay out because those clients of the brokerage houses lost value in the fake shares they thought they were buying that were real?
But here's the challenge, and this is where these thieves operate, and this is why everyone should read about Dole Foods and what happened there. And people don't realize that back in, I think, 2015, state of Delaware passed a law allowing for the use of blockchain to track shares. Is that the counterfeiting of shares is more akin to pouring a glass of water in a pool and then trying to get that glass of water back, right? Once it's in the system, it is almost impossible to track down which share, because they're all commingled. So you could have a fake share that was sold to a buyer from TD Ameritrade is a seller, and then a retail buyer at E-Trade buys it. Well, now that fake share is now over here, and it all gets, and that's what they prey on. They prey on injecting this, pouring this water into the pool, and know that the odds and the ability to actually be tracked is next to nil. And that's why T+2 remains and the DTC is opaque, and why payment for order flow allows for the control of these shares. But that's the challenge, where it should be as easy as the theater analogy, which is perfect, or concert. But the problem is there's no gatekeeper in the beginning that can stop any of it.
Yeah, so just like in a concert, if you oversell the concert and, the promoters have sold 10,000 seats for a 5,000 seat show of, I don't know, Mariah Carey. I'm just going to use her, showing my age, but she's the diva. I'm going to tell you right now, Mariah isn't going to perform until she knows that the 5,000 people that actually paid for those tickets are in the house. From what I know of Mariah, I don't think she would want to see one fan of hers that paid good money be left outside because somebody had a counterfeit ticket to her show. And that's the same thing for us. And the show that I'm referring to is the share meeting. The show that I'm referring to are our votes. We are getting ripped off on our votes. And that's how these board of directors are getting put in place. That's how these hedge funds are placing the people that they want in there that they can control as puppets. And that's how they're hiring CEOs or appointing CEOs whom wouldn't necessarily be serving their interest. I mean, wouldn't necessarily be serving our interests, but could possibly be serving, the interests of their demigods in order for job security.
That's also why the game stops with AMC.
Well, that's where the risk of the game stopping is with AMC. They're trying to, pull a Tiananmen Square and crush this into oblivion and crush this uprising. They see this as an uprising, as a threat to their whole gig, and that's why they'll stop at nothing to try to crush it. But they still need shares. At the end of all of it, they need bankruptcy or shares. And talking about the whole theater analogy and whatnot, that's why I'm saying that that's why Patrick Byrne is so smart, and he truly developed Kryptonite. and that's, to me, the answer is trying to get a migration of companies, trying to get, trust me, behind the scenes, I talked to a couple of CEOs. I've one CEO that I talked to of a very small company that I've used to tweet about, and I'll get going again on it. But I know they know for a fact that more than 70% of their float is short, and they never go away. And I'm, trying to convince him, and there's a lot of apprehension. If you can just get a few brave CEOs who have had enough, who are like, that's enough, I don't fricking care, we're going. And you can start a migration, that will bring the whole ship down. If you can just get 25, 50, because the stocks would start to go crazy, they would get noticed. Other CEOs would say, wow, look what they did. And their stocks are all up 10, 20, 30x. And they're just going over here. That's how we get the accurate count of the concert tickets, is by going over there. Because if not, they can counterfeit, they can pay cash dividends, and they can counterfeit shares. And we've seen that with the preferred, right? That because it wasn't tokenized, because it wasn't tied to the blockchain, which each individual share can be tracked, they can counterfeit it. And that's what they did.
I love rooms that have a quiet time, because that means people are quietly thinking and waiting to listen.
He might be tired, man. He's been up for 24 some hours.
Nobody's tired here. Nobody's tired. We're all happy.
Sleep when you're dead.
Nick has his hand up.
Yeah, is that all right if I just share one quick thought?
Go.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so I know everybody is rightfully upset and like pissed off about all the excuses about why Adam Aaron is being quiet through all this, but there's one thing that I think really is keeping him from like saying too much, and that's what happened with ATER and their CEO. Is everybody familiar with what happened with them?
No.
I'm familiar with the tweet that their CEO put out, the couple of tweets regarding naked shorting.
Yeah, there was like, they're part of all those stocks that were getting naked shorted, and their CEO just came out straight and he said, hey, we found evidence of naked shorting, like we're looking into it. Like, he was very blatant about it, very open. And ever since that tweet, there's been absolutely nothing from them. That was actually the height of their share price. Ever since then, it's been on a straight decline. So that's just, I think Adam Aaron fears that that'd be the absolute worst thing to happen at this moment, or this movement.
Well, we've been under the same decline and no one said shit. So, I mean, same difference, different. I mean, literally, like, we're down 85% on APE and nothing like that was said by anyone. So what difference at this point does it really make? And no one's even asking him to come out and say something on record like that, but just that he hears our voices, and it's not checkmate. The game is not over. Anything along those lines. Like, work is still being done.
Yeah.
Sure, great point. I get that. Great point.
Well, that's also why by Patrick Byrne's way around it. You go back to when Al Capone was caught. And people realize that Al Capone wasn't arrested for murder. He wasn't arrested for extortion. He wasn't arrested. He was arrested for mail fraud. They found a creative way to get him, right? That's what Patrick Byrne did. He found a creative way to make all the cows come back to the barn for a brand, of their fresh brand. And he did it in a way that, hey, I'm not going after you. All I'm doing is creating this other little way to go here. And see, and that's why, if the CEO of, if it was ATER, if he probably got threatened to be sued.
Well, I guess the space has ended. Just cut out. Sorry, everybody. It says I'm still in it, but I guess it just ended. We got rug pulled. Guys, thanks for coming. Please like, subscribe, share everything you heard today. We need to take action on this. We need to right some wrongs. That's the bottom.